Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, there's so much that can happen in World Gen, like, from, like, faction placement. Like, there was one world I had once that had, like, perfectly default settings, completely default settings, but ended up with just, like, a ring of mountains, and that ring of mountains had, like, no factions were in it, and there was a bunch of Hydras and a bunch of dragons in there, and they don't really kill each other in World Gen, and the faction, like, the size of that population just, like, erupted, and they immediately annihilated all the kobolds that were in there. And then there was just like 100+ dragons in that world randomly. Like, that happened once, and I've never seen that again. So, you know, that's kind of the fun of Dwarf Fort in a way. You can just get weird shit. Hold on, let me click this. All right, that's done. That's good to go. That's good to go. Cool. We're all recording. We're ready to rumble. And Necrontier wants to name a dragon Tiny Smaug. Okay, so not Smaug Jr. Because he won't always be Smaug, but will always be Smaug Jr. I don't know why I'm saying Smaug. Smog. Smug. Yo, this really isn't related to dragons, but you haven't been playing Dwarf Fortress for a long time, and all your bases look like Dookie, and I wanted to ask you how much time you plan your bases or wing it. I wing it. In my mind, James G696 in YouTube chat with the awesome Clippy logo. In my mind, your bases look like one of two things: giant poop emoji, Pixel Perfect, or the Dookie album. Just because you said Dookie. Oh, 100%. Like, it's already done and they're waiting. Necrontier. And I'm not going to make a video again because I'm tired of being called a hater. Okay. Before I do anything, the living dwarves in the fort are Awak Lost, Elfie Bean, Freeways, Aiden Knott, Q and Jasmine, Smithy Fem, Greg, the captain of the guard, Egg, the metalsmith, Lederan. We also have a king named Reg, who we're trying to become the mountain home. Darius, Abrax, Attila, Gerfry, the looping builder, Dome, Rat, Paddington. A lot of these dwarves are named after just a whim or like creatures that they killed too. Double Dragon. And if you want to read about any of these dwarves, or your dwarf if they're alive or dead, you could type in !legends in the Twitch chat and go to legends.blindrl.net, which will give you a link to this fort's world legends readout, so you can go in and take a look yourself. We got Iron Zach, we got Chef's Intern, we've got Herman, we've got Stualek, we've got Creed, Steel Stitch, Drekken, Clad, Bimbal, instead of Pinball. We got Four Tails, Beer Manier, Tiny Hash, 409, Toasted Shambo, Wispy, Glass, Moreb, and Odinson. And then we got Tall, Comet Colossus, Rookie, Weed McYeet, Slug, Donut, Wolf, Bronze, and Vic. And Bully Played. I think that's everybody on that side. And then, as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of Ettins and Minotaurs. And, of course, a Wilma and a two-headed dragon. Then, for dragons, as you can see, we have a couple. Both of the parents are well-trained, and all of the hatchlings are tamed. They lay 1 to 2 eggs per year. We can't war train the young ones until they hit 10 years old. They're all down here. And I'm supposed to name one of them, what is it, Tiny Smaug? Turns out a lot of them have names. Tiny Smog. Tiny Smog. Tiny Smog is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this since she values friendship, and doesn't handle stress well, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. There was a question in the YouTube chat about fortresses looking ugly. If you're gonna make squares, pro tip, do this. Even if you're still gonna, like, you know, do straight hallways, like, you know, then when you go over here, oopsies, and you do, like, that, you'll get a little bit of this going on. And then, like, and then when you know, go up here, fill in the corners a little bit. I don't plan my fortresses out ever. But what I do is I have some things and some techniques that I use because I think they drastically improve the, like, aesthetic visual of the fortress. And I do think that it is very easy to fall into habits that make your fort look fugly, you know? I go with a very freeform kind of painterly aesthetic because I like it. You know, I like my little rivers running through my little scattered town. Some people really like very, you know, rigid, formulaic looks, or very symmetrical looks, and that can also work real well too. It's just not how I like to build my forts. I like my forts to be a little bit more aesthetically varied. But, you know, whatever works for you. In the fortress itself, we also have a bunch of bear people. They joined the fort a while ago because I used DF hack to force them to join. If I go to wild animals, we do also have 2 male hydras in the fortress, which are both trained, but, you know, they're just living over here. So we're waiting until we get a breeding pair. And we also have a whole bunch of rocks. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Rocks. They breed very quickly, and their population is kind of exploding right now. So I am assigning them as war animals pretty consistently and quickly. I'm also going to probably reassign Purple Dwayne because the rocks are all named Dwayne because they're the rock. So we've got Rocky, Pebble, Purple Dwayne, Dwayne 2. There was also Dwayne. We've also got Paper. What else do we have for rocks? We got Boulder. We got Progressive. We've got Dwayne, spelt differently. We've got Kentucky Fried Rock. We've got Leonard Skinnerd because Freebird. We've got... Yeah. Someone should request Fountains of Dwayne. If there's a tier 2 sub around here and wants to redeem it right now, you could. But yeah, as far as Magic Update goes, I also hope it's good. I mean, on one hand, I kind of do also hope that it doesn't come out around the same time as a RimWorld DLC, but at this point, I don't actually think it's going to change that much. I think that it's a losing battle at this point. Anyway, as you can see, I've got a lot of baby rocks. Baby rocks look incredible, by the way. They look awesome. I fucking love them. Of course, there's mom and dad, but they're full grown at 6, and they, at 2 years old, are giant already. So by the time they're 2, I can throw them in the military, and Weed McGeet here has 8 pets, as well as a war jabberer, which we stole from the goblins. So we are, in fact, going to war. We are, in fact, fighting with goblins. And as you maybe just noticed if you're very astute, there are dead goblins and dwarves, or that died here recently. I guess we already cleaned up the bodies, but as you can see, there's blood because there's been goblins attacking. So I need to figure out how I'm going to defend this fortress with dragons and rocks. What I'm thinking is right now I've got this front entryway, right, where things enter the fort. What if I build another entryway that's like down here that just goes through a pit of dragons and maybe like enters the fort through here or something? And just have like a little dragon pen like right here. Just a couple of babies that we don't mind losing. So that when we get attacked, I can just lock the gates and open up the dragon pit. Just let them go do it. It means their father died and the body rotted. Or burned, or wasn't disposed of properly. Basically, there wasn't a proper memorial for a corpse, is what that means. There's miasma. Coming from somewhere. And I don't know where. Anyway, I need to place some coffins. Is what I need to do. Yes and no. I haven't done it in a while. Corporate Aerobot. I haven't done it in a while. I have in the past. In the past, it's worked, but I've heard reports recently that they don't shoot through fortifications. So I wonder if there's been like a change made as part of like changing the way Mark's dwarves work with fortifications that made them no longer work that way. I don't know for certain. You used to be able to do that. I'm going to try doing that, but I'm also going to try not doing that. Because if the thing about dragons is they're kind of like a glass cannon, meaning they're either extremely strong and borderline invincible, or they will just get insta-gibbed. And I kind of don't want them to get insta-gibbed for probably obvious reasons. So because of that, I have to be kind of cautious. Yeah, I have to be cautious. So, oh, I should also probably turn off the burrow because there was goblins on the map and they're all gone now. But yeah, does anybody have any questions about the fort or want to see something in particular? Uh-oh, got an aquifer right here. Can't remember what I was building here. I was building something, but I need to turn off a setting because we're digging directly through aquifers where I shouldn't be. Which is fine, I can fix that, but it's understanding orders other. Yeah, stop doing that. What's directly beneath this? I could just let it drip down and put in fortifications. Make it a bit of a shower room. Actually, no. I'll just fill it in. What's that? Tetrahedrite? Yeah, we'll just fill this in. You can't. So no. Strippers. Colossus are one of a kind and not breedable. They're like magical creatures, like they're automatons. You can't breed automatons. Boo. I mean, you could mod them so that they're not, but I haven't. So no, we are killing them. I'm collecting them as statues. Starts modding furiously. Well, I mean, how else are you going to get your giant bronze penis? What else am I supposed to say here? Although, I'll be honest with you, there's very mixed results with making non-domesticatable animals breed in general. I mean, if you go down in here, we have a whole collection of Ettins, and they're not breeding. We have a collection of minotaurs, and they're not breeding. I had a collection of cyclopses, and they're not breeding. So I'm just kind of giving up when it comes to anything not directly, you know, how do I put this? When it comes to anything that is not directly a, like, tameable animal, I'm not bothering at this point. Is it weird that, like, I'm more interested in trying to do things with the vanilla content than just making things work with mods? Also, I have no interest in making Colossus variants. I mean, the idea of, like, automatons, like, there's been mods for that for ages in Dwarf, like, being able to make basically little tiny automatons. I think Bronze Colossus specifically are too strong. Like, it's like having a full-grown dragon. Like, that, I don't know, that is just, like, dwarves are already too strong in comparison to other factions, let alone, like, having access to Bronze Colossus. But there was somebody in my chat ages ago who was like, it's annoying that they're only made of bronze, so I added steel and, like, copper and iron and adamantine variants for Colossus. And I was like, good luck with that, and also added stone and a few other things. But he had a steel one show up, and, like, it wasn't able to damage it with any of his steel weapons. And I'm like, I told you. Bronze Colossus are cool. It would be neat if they were more common, but, like, I don't know. They're too strong, in my opinion. Like, I think that Dwarf Fortress is a weird game in that, like, current mods for Dwarf Fortress actually don't interest me that much. And not because, like, there isn't a lot of interesting creative things happening. It's because they don't really change the implications of the game that much. Like, do they change things? Certainly. Like, they absolutely do change stuff. But what they change is, like, the numbers attached to things that already exist, the frequency of things that already exist, more variants of the things that already exist. But, like, what you're trying to do can already just be done in the vanilla game. Like, as an example, there's, like, a dozen mods that just get rid of aquifers. I could generate you a world with almost no aquifers, or even no aquifers, by just lowering the amount of rainfall. So I don't need a mod for that. But I could have a world that does that if for some reason I wanted that. Another example is dwarves. Where am I going with this? Like, people who mod dragons. So, like, I think, like, the procedurally generated dragon mod makes them more common. Well, it also just increases the base population levels. So I could just increase the number of dragons if I wanted more dragons. When it comes to just, like, adding more factions, okay, well, I could just turn up the number of factions, but adding more factions, it is just essentially adding more clothing types and size variants. That doesn't really do much for me. I could kind of have a pretty similar result just having more goblin factions in a larger world than having hobgoblins or whatever. And I kind of prefer playing that way for the most part, because outside of the super hacky stuff through DFHack, you're not getting a ton of what I would consider to be interesting variants. What interests me about Dwarf Fortress modding is the stuff that's being added to the game via Lua. That's interesting to me. That's exciting to me. So, like, if I seem like I'm uninterested in mods, it's not that I'm uninterested in mods. It's I'm more interested in figuring out how to do it without mods, which I guess is kind of the same thing, but hopefully that makes some sense. What was I doing? Right. So let's do a real quick overview of the fort. This is the upper layer. We built the fortress in the actual dragon's cave. It goes down through this series of ramps so that wagons can enter in. This right here is where we're making glass. It's for my glass industry, which is currently not running. This goes all the way down through here slowly and consistently. Through these lower layers, which are slowly starting to fill up with water, because I've been... Actually, I should just dig all the way up to the wall, which is not actually that far, and build some drainage so that I don't get water running down my stairs. Which is slowly starting to fill up with water. These lower layers are a little better off, but, you know, there's still water periodically, because I've been looking for lignite, this stuff. Now, lignite is charcoal, and I need it. Simply put. Because I have a fragile alliance with the elves at the minute. This is the first cavern layer, which is open to Forgotten Beasts. I'm going to make it a little bit more locked down today, though, I think, and make it a little bit easier to defend, because right now it's kind of hard to defend. But I need to make this a little bit more defendable today, so that's probably going to be one of our first priorities. It's going to take a while, though, because it's very tall, but that is one of my first priorities. As we go down through the layers, you'll see that we then hit the second and third cavern layer, which are completely sealed off, so I have no access to these lower cavern layers at the minute. Because I want to fight Forgotten Beasts, but I'm just trying to keep it reasonable. So we're fighting them in the one cavern layer. I have a hangnail that's bleeding. That's not good. I might need to go put a band-aid on. Bloody temperature changes. Anyway, as I go down, we're about to hit the final cavern layer, which is down here. But just beneath the surface of that final cavern layer over here is a little thing that I'm slowly building. It's not fully ready to go just yet, but it goes down into here where we are digging deeply und greedily. We're looking for some adamantine because I would like to make a... got a dwarf that needs to be buried. At least I think that was a dwarf. Guess not. Anyway, it looked like a dwarf that needed to be buried. But I would like to become a mountain home. This faction, when we started, was dead. I need a band-aid. Hold on.
Cheese for everyone!
All right, problem solved. Cheese for everyone. Dr. Linden, it's good to see you. So yeah, the plan is to become a mountain home, seal off one of the cavern layers, deal with all of this stuff, and work our way down into the lower chunks of caves. So we should have some fun here today. Hopefully. I think I'm just going to seal these off with green glass for the minute. You have to pay for a tier 2 subscriber or subscribe on my blog to get access to those commands. It's missing. Apologies, but gotta make a living here. But yeah, that's the plan going forward. That's what we're up to. Is there currently a bug involving guild halls? Huh? Is there a bug involving guild halls? I have about half of your fort that are legendary weaponsmiths and armorsmiths at the same time without having created an artifact. You can become legendary without creating an artifact. It's just total level of skill. It just means that they're max level. It's got nothing to do with making artifacts. That's not a bug. That's like the way the game works. I shaved, Dr. Linden. And it would be pretty weird if you could put your finger on my face from here. Like, that would actually be very strange. And quite concerning. So I'm glad you can, in fact. I would be very concerned if you could. putting it simply. Is that a line from something, a crafty bastard? Nope. No, any skill can become legendary if you train it enough. It's a herp von derp. I don't know what you're looking at in Wiki. Because any, like, training in a guild hall can train you up to legendary. I've had kids that are legendary who never made an artifact. So, no, that's not a bug. That's, like, intended behavior. Guild halls are literally just schools. So... No, I for some, like, that reads like a line that I've heard somewhere before. It's like, well, you can't pick your nose from Alaska. But I try not to pick my nose anyway. It was a bad habit when I was a little kid. I've got one of these who's doing whatever, and that's not good. Please do other things. Okay, so first order of business is we are invading goblins, so I'm expecting to get invaded at some point today. So we got to work on that. We also got to build up. Except I'm going to do that on priority 2. Or higher than priority 2. I also need to check what the allowance for logging is with the elves. 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it depends on what kind of friends you are, I guess, but yeah. That's probably what I'm thinking of. There's definitely some saying with that I'm, like, confusing here, but place item in tomb, that's what we need to see. How do you see that allowance? It's very well hidden. You click on your world screen, you click on civilizations, you can look at your own faction, and it'll say what your imports and export requests are. And if you hover over each faction, it says what their requests are. So lumber limits, the imports and exports. This is supposed to be, like, easier to see soon at some point. But whether or not you have agreements with them, the amount that you've exported to them, the amount that you've imported from them. So, yeah. You can see the total amount that you've sold to them. It's kind of a neat screen, actually. Yeah, you just mouse over it. Honestly, scribbling them down on a notepad is probably better because it does erase them when they arrive. So I would still do that if you want to be very consistent. Let's drop those 2 down, too. Do I even have a woodcutter right now? Yeah, I do. It's Attila. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream, so I make a living because people decide to give me money through Twitch and YouTube and other various platforms. If you'd like to support the stream directly, you could go to blindIRL.com/support, or alternatively, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, or I don't know. you could use a Prime subscription or other such things. I'm saying this because it is the primary source of income, and it's how I keep this stream as ad-free as possible. Obviously, it's not completely ad-free, but I do my best here. So if you like this channel and the way that I run it, consider supporting it. Obligatory sellout read done.
Good reminder, my Prime sub was up.
Thanks, Darut. Thank you very much for the 9 months with Prime. Welcome back, mate. No name, hello. But yeah, that's a screen that Tarn says he desperately needs to make clearer, which I agree. He does. He really, really fucking needs to make that one easier to find. Because no one knows it exists. Like, that's a screen that, like, people will have played this game for decades and not know it's there. Like, trust me. Like, I've encountered so many people who are like, what? That screen exists? Oh, you're sleeping. That's why. And Bitlick. Bitly Tick? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Can I get a couple beers for the resubs with Prime? Yes, the YouTube Premium gives me ad revenue. It's about 30% of my monthly revenue on YouTube is YouTube Premium. And I have to name a dragon Calcifer. Apparently. Durgan. Dwagon. Ooh, wait. What? I've got a fertile rock egg over here. I think that means there's... No. The dragons are failing to lay fertile eggs. Which is unfortunate. Calcifer is sloppy with her living space and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontation. She works to square his natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess. She dislikes helping others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She often is nervous and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can handle stress. She enjoys the company of others, is stubborn, prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and is a friendly individual. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this, so she values artwork and its creation, and she overindulges occasionally. Allegedly. I don't know why I said individuat. Sometimes I just, like, intentionally screw up words. It's a habit. I do have some depressed dwarves. I'm trying to keep them to a minimum. I've also recently restricted visitors, so we're no longer permitting visitors because the wild animals were getting a little bit, becoming a bit of a liability. It's, it was getting a little sketchy, keeping, dragons and rocks and visitors as active going concerns in the fort. Like, it was getting to be a bit much, shall we say. So this is what one? Oh, I should just fucking BF hack. There is no setting that I've found. I'm sure it exists somewhere. I need to go digging again. That automatically disables the show rectangle dimensions by default. It's like, I don't want you to turn off the default one. I don't care if you think yours is better. Gosh darn, let me pick. Okay. So I'm thinking basically pen pasture the dragons like right here. And pen pasture like 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. Put a drawbridge here. Maybe not a drawbridge here, but like put a drawbridge here essentially. Although maybe I should put the dragons up here. And then have a drawbridge here. Do it that way. Because I don't want them to randomly kill traders, which they might. And I don't want the traders to randomly kill my dragons. So basically what I would do is I would make this a small enough entrance that traders won't enter through it. Put the dragons there and put a drawbridge there. Probably fill it up with traps so that they won't leave through it. Now, that or they just don't use gender, like, conforming names. Averin, TV. Abate non-reinforced wall. Not very effective for sieges anymore. Was more effective previously. Not a bad idea, but like that would lose its effectiveness. It needs to be a direct line into the fort, which is fine. I mean, I could put my soldiers like back here or leave my soldiers up top and then bring the soldiers down if they get past them. But I'm going to have to sacrifice dragons to do this. Because what's going to happen is they will just go around whatever you build. Siegers are much smarter now than they were before. And so that's something that we need to take into consideration. So. And you're still sleeping. Tony World, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Big Bad Badger Moles. My last fortress that I played was a war fort where we went to war with basically every faction that was reasonably available, and I turned the game to hard, so we were getting sieged like once if not twice per season, and we were winning. But if you defeat sieges enough, eventually they just stop attacking you altogether. They just wait outside and like try to dig under and down and into your fort. Because if you win sieges consistently and they don't have time to forget, then they will just stop actually trying to fight you and actually properly siege you, which is interesting. But like, you need to have multiple lines of defense, and unless you disable all of the stuff from the siege update, which you can in the difficulty, they won't just like mindlessly go in the same way every time. Livestock will. Dumb creatures will. But any intelligent creature, so like Mineras will. But like intelligent creatures, so like goblins, trolls, dumber creatures will not do that every time, because they will know that a bunch of people died there last time and stop doing that after a while. Like if you play the sieges right now, you have to be a lot smarter about it and much more flexible. Like you need to have like squads that can go above ground and stuff. So it's much more interesting than it was. Cool. You guys are training. This is my newest squad, so let's fill you out a little bit. I'm not being too picky about who I put in the military. So as long as they
Linden cheers
have gear available, we're good.
For beer.
Lyndon, thank you very much for the first bit of the stream. I appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Dr. Lyndon? Helping keep that channel funded. Let's do steel shields, 10 of them. And then iron helm, iron breastplate, iron gauntlet, iron greaves, iron high boot, and iron mail shirts. They're livestock. Doomdog. So they're like cattle. They're not intelligent, no. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tame them. Sandberg, hello. It's good to see you. Appreciate you. Is it possible to kill any Forgotten Beast, or is some designed to be unbeatable? Every Forgotten Beast is killable. Some will be very hard to kill. Like, they won't necessarily be easy to kill. And there will absolutely be Forgotten Beasts that seem impossible. But any Forgotten Beast is killable. Like, I've had people insist that Bronze Colossuses aren't killable. I've killed like 3 of them in this fort. And, like, not all Forgotten Beasts can be killed with just melee weapons. Sometimes you'll have to use ranged weapons. Sometimes you'll have to use specific types of weapons. Sometimes you'll need specific materials. Why are you... Why? There you go. We're about to get hit by an ad break. I'm going to go use the washroom. Because I'm timing things terribly today. At least I timed this with an ad break. 2 seconds. So chat, what'd you guys get up to over the weekend? Zombie in YouTube chat says, I'm relatively new to Dwarf Fortress. How do you separate caverns from your fortress while allowing adventurers to enter the caverns? I generally don't allow adventurers in my fort, but you don't really. You need levers. You could, in theory, like use burrows if you want your dwarves to stay out of it. You can disable collecting webs, which will largely keep your dwarves out of them. Drawbridges, traps, pressure plates, stationed military. But the main thing that sends your dwarves into caverns is automatically collecting webs. If you go to the standing orders section, I want to say it's automatically collect webs. You could turn that off. And then like if you go to tasks up here, as you can see, collecting webs was forbidden. I usually automatically just forbid all three of them because they're always at the top. I often forbid those right when a Forgotten Beast arrives, just so that we don't, die to a Forgotten Beast, because that's maybe not ideal. You really like this fort? I'm glad people are enjoying this one. I mean, I've had a few duds recently that weren't that interesting to watch, so. You got to have a lovely Warhammer game this weekend? Nice. What, Warhammer Fantasy, 40k. You can probably bludgeon it. You need to remember that certain types of weapons are better against certain types of enemies. Like if you're fighting, if you're fighting zombies, you want to use bludgeoning weapons, especially if they have resurrecting powers, because using bludgeoning weapons against zombies doesn't make them fly into itty-bitty pieces. But zombies don't bleed to death, so it doesn't matter if they fly into pieces, and it does matter if they fly into pieces because, one, if they can't bleed out, so like cutting them doesn't really help. But if they... Oh, wow. What timing. If they do bleed out, they will bleed out, or rather, they won't bleed out, and if they do have bits flying everywhere and there's something that can resurrect them, then those bits will come back to life. So you're just making more enemies. So you want to use bludgeoning weapons so you don't make more enemies. But if you're fighting against enemies with armor or fleshy enemies, you kind of want to use slashy, cutty weapons because they bleed out then, rather than just getting bruised and battered. Granted, like, a legendary dwarf with either weapon is just going to one-shot an enemy, probably. But, like, I don't prefer one or the other. I think it's good to have a mix, because regardless of what you're fighting, certain weapons are better against certain enemies. Just something that you should keep in mind, I guess. But I think, like, I tend to lean towards hammers, either swords or axes, depending on how I'm feeling, and then some sort of ranged thing, and ideally some spears. Like, you kind of need a mix for a big fort if you want to consistently get through stuff. You managed to slice a decent chunk of your fingertip almost by accident. I was cooking a number of years ago, and I just gotten a new knife, and it had a case which had a hole at the end, which I didn't realize, and I managed to stab right through my finger and it hit my nail. That was not fun. Not fun. Needed 2 stitches. Don't recommend. Wouldn't do it again. Definitely not a good way to spend a weekend. You love the new video? Cheers, man. I'm glad people are liking those videos, because they're very different from my recent bigger projects, and they are way less work for me. To give you an idea, like the 10 years following a vampire video was the full sport stream, which was like 60 hours. Plus editing it was another like full work week. It was like a 45 hours or something I spent editing that thing, because it takes so long to go through all that footage and cut them down. Like, the payout is worth it usually for them, but it is a huge gamble to make one of those videos. Whereas those last 2 videos that I made, the one on mermaids and the one on sea serpents the other day, is like 4 hours of me reading that it takes me to make them, because then I send them to my editor and then it takes him 10 hours to edit them or whatever. It's way less time overall to make those. I will say directly that the first one I made, the mermaids video, cost more money to make than it made in revenue. It made like $160, I think, which is okay in Canadian dollars, and I think it was like $240 or something I paid my editor. So that video lost money, but it does keep the videos, the other videos in the algorithm, which makes them make money. So I'm glad that people are liking them because they're a much easier thing to make consistently than the big videos. Holy fucking beak dogs. 3 beak dogs, 6 beak dogs, 5 elk birds, a pile of random crap. They brought gold bars? Nice. So we went and attacked Hex Wonders. This is a goblin fortress, I think? Oh, I know what a loss leader is. I mean, my whole YouTube channel is a loss leader. Because if I just, like... if I just streamed the amount of time I would be putting into my YouTube channel, I would probably recover most of what I make on YouTube. But YouTube, I get more marketing. So just time spent-wise, it's a loss leader. It's the reason why so many streamers don't make YouTube content, is because in the short term, you just make more streaming, usually. The Bolt of Contests attacked the Ignited Seducer of the Last Evil at Hex Wonders. The Dwarf Mincot, Weed McKeat, led the attack, and the defenders were led by Syrup Days. And by a goblin named, what's your name? By the goblin Ustruck Flychance is the name of the goblin who led them. Weed McYeet outmatched the goblin, obviously, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Hex Wonders. And I'm just going to go do something really quick. God damn it, I'm standing up way too much. Good lord, those rocks are doing work. The dwarves took out a whole bunch of them. The Rocky clashed with 120 goblins, slaying 8. Clashed with 500 goblins, slaying 8. Clashed with 97 goblins, slaying 10. Yeah, geez. The dwarves clashed with 77 goblins, slaying 10. Rings of Cobalt, poorly led by Fath, clashed with 59 goblins, slaying 10. Reed McLeod clashed, fought, oh wow, had a bad plan. Had good tactics, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. It doesn't matter, though, because they clashed with 39 goblins and Hex Wonders, slaying 20. Jesus. Eric clashed with 3 goblins and Hex Wonders, slaying them. They clashed with the Forces of Thunderfire, searched Hex Wonders. We stole a bunch of books. We looted treasure, stole livestock, and rampaged throughout. Jeez. No, if you look at them on a piece-by-piece basis, it's a very quick loss leader. But, you know, I don't... Like, I got a raid today, so it's maybe a bad example, but, like, most of the discoverability of my channel is because of the YouTube channel, which is valuable. No. Dwarf Fortress is not, like, a one-to-one Tolkienization fantasy world. In fact, it's pretty non-Tolkien, Vexed one. I mean, it has, like, the Tolkien archetypes, but dragons are not Tolkien dragons. Dragons are just, like, giant lizards what shoot fire. Also, I learned recently because I was on a TV tropes page and then an Urban Dictionary page that a grundle is the portion of your taint between your ball sack and anus, apparently. So, thanks, Tarn. Learned that recently. Don't know how I feel about it. And yeah, these are the rocks. Check them out. Apparently that's a slang term for, like, that. Not like a scientific term, clearly. But, yeah. Nice streak, Merc. You thought that was a grundle? What's the difference, really? Those bastards deserve that name? Yeah. Yeah, they stink. I agree. I think that's regional, Merc. Anyways. It checks out, though. Bully played, hello. I'm going to send the top tier squad out again. We're going to go attack something else. Where was I just hitting? Autumn Maces, Hex Wonders. Send the top squad, try to raise them. Regardless, it's a fitting name for a creature that's for all intent and purpose, like just a shit gremlin. Because I'd say it checks out, frankly. Let's do that. And smooth that. Kept their holds from ever being classified or as abandoned by bricking a vampire dwarf into the wall. I mean, the way that you, like, make sure that your fortress is never taken over is by putting the one were creature into, like, behind a locked door and then simply waiting for more dwarves to arrive. It's a well-known fact, yes. I was going to connect you to something. Let's just trade before I forget. I just need cloth or gems. Because I can sell all of my clothing. So I can bring that up. Bring this up. I mean, the EgoSoft who makes the X games are indeed from Germany. Does anybody not know X3? Like, it's hard to not be aware of that video game franchise. I don't know. Too real for you. Farming Simulator. Now every single German is alert and aware. Are Crundles at all intelligent? No. 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 And even if they were, no. Even if they were intelligent, still no. I mean, it's a little niche, and it's sold, what, millions of copies over the span of its existence? No, I mean Diablo. Hard missile tough. Greetings from the woodlands, says Elfie McElf Face. There's much to discuss. You blah 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 blah. 6 trees? Come on. You can do better than that. The question is... Okay, we've already felled the other trees this year, so that's fine. Oops. Okay, so beak dogs and elk birds. Do elk birds lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young? I don't know. In this chat, I don't think that any game like that you would consider niche should be particularly niche. It's like, sure, certainly EVE Online is niche, but I'd be willing to bet multiple dollars that there's at least 2 people watching this stream right now also concurrently playing EVE Online. So laughably low because we are playing in a Untamed Wilds biome. Untamed Wilds biome, they give you 30% by default. You can change it in the difficulty settings of what they allow. Normal biomes, it's like 40 to 50 trees. Wilderness biomes, it's like 15 to 30. And Untamed Wilds, it's 7 to 50. It's like very, very low. It's like less than 15. You get more if you traded a lot of value the previous year. I didn't trade with them last year because we were busy. We're getting attacked by a Forgotten Beast, and then I forgot. Your fort is rip. Rip. You only have 12 accounts on right now? See? Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. I personally think that it's... I don't know if I can sell those red socks. I don't know what they're made out of. Let's see what they brought for animals. Rhesus macaw, kangaroo, giant red squirrel, an ostrich, another monkey. Guess I'll buy the monkeys. Is that a breeding pair? Yeah, it is. Ooh. I don't think they're war trainable, though. It's kind of fun to have a population of monkeys. I will buy clothing stuff, though. Vest. Robes. Capes. Socks. I do understand the irony of trading clothing for clothing, but they have clothing I can't make, like turbans and headscarves, which is what I've been buying. Trade. They seem pleased. Excellent. You have a new crown. Right, yeah, the artifact one. I think that you're, like, I agree with you in the, like, it's moderately niche in that, like, it's not a game that appeals to everybody, but I think those games sell well enough and show up on like top sellers lists frequently enough that even if somebody here has never like played that game or has any interest in playing it, they've probably heard of it. Like, I don't know. Like this, we're just babbling about semantics and this is a pointless discussion, but like I don't disagree. Like, sure, yeah, it's not like a mainstream game, but like they sell well enough that people know about them. It's like Truck Simulator, you know? It's like that is a niche game. But, like, they also sell well enough that people know about them. I don't think it really needs to be discussed more than that. I mean, there are tractors that you can pull in Truck Simulator. So, yes, it does have traction. It's like it's like riding a bicycle, Professor Voland. Things end up getting so wacky. I like playing weird biomes, but to a point. Like, as long as they're still fun to play. This game is built in such a way that there's things that are just completely unfair. Or not even unfair, but just like tedious. So as long as the game ain't being tedious, I enjoy playing it. You bought War Sim Realm of Astalona is so awesome. Was that on my recommendation? I'm assuming it is. I really like that game. Like, I really like that game. I mean, Paradox owns White Wolf now, doesn't it? This is true, Professor Roland. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, War Sim, it's simple, but like you see through it very quickly. Like, it is just a game about like finding all the rooms and getting all the jokes. But as like a humorous little adventure game, that thing is special. I love that game. It's your first text-driven game. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's straightforward. Like, it's not the most complicated of things, but I really enjoy War Sim. Just because it is, you know, it is a fun thing to play. Like, every now and again, I'll see somebody commenting that that game doesn't have as much depth as they wish it had. And like, yeah, I see it, but like, I love the humor of War Sim. And that's what keeps me coming back. Let's just do a bridge down here. Also, I don't know about you, but I fucking loved Forbidden Solitaire. I'm going to go back and slowly 100% it over the next couple weeks. I'm just going to play a little bit of Solitaire here and there until I hundo that game, because, I don't know, I like Solitaire anyway. How's it going, Meso? It's going pretty good. Yourself? Actually, I should get those monkeys pastured somewhere. If I just put a pen pasture right here for now, and then I'll get them somewhere nicer later. There we go. Yeah, we got monkeys. Look at him. He looks, or she looks unimpressed. It only has one Z level. That is the most clown piece of shade. I mean, same with Crusader Kings not having that much depth because it only has one Z level. You know, when they add Z levels to Crusader Kings, then that game will truly be next level. Although, I am very much team Z levels doesn't necessarily make a game better. Because, I've played games in the past where, like, the audience is just like, add Z levels, add Z levels, add Z levels, because they played Dwarf Fortress or whatever. And, it doesn't add much always. Like, some of the time, it actually makes the game arguably worse. I really dislike the implementation of Z levels into, Keeper RL is maybe the easiest example. StarCraft kind of has Z levels, though, because it has high ground and low ground. A lot of RTSs do. Crusader King Z level comment. I mean, Crusader Kings has, like, a slowly progressing lack of depth because as you intermingle your family, their intelligence score just drops. The migrants have arrived. How was the boat trip? Did you make it across safely and not get waken up by too many car alarms? Creed? Also, are you heading back today? Like, is this just a day trip? Meaning you can't really go under a tunnel or anything? Yeah, but I don't know. I realize we're just, like, saying add Z levels for the sake of add Z levels, so... You know. So you are staying overnight? Where are you staying overnight? Like, what part of town? If you say Nanaimo, I'm gonna just be like, I feel bad. Sorry. A bearded brewer, cheesemaker, or farmer? I have one bearded brewer named Autumn. Did you want me to just name him after you? Your last name is Glazer Raptors. Glaze Raptors. They're just going around glazing the Raptors all the time. And you are 35 years old. You could look yourself up in Legends by typing in exclamation point Legends in chat if you'd like to know your history. You have quite a few friends. There's also a ghost, apparently, that you know, which maybe I should deal with. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He dislikes helping others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Often is nervous and doesn't focus on material goods. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and rarely feels discouraged, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Values romance and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and does not particularly value the truth. He likes... Everybody on the internet has told me that I say this word wrong. It's Falorite. Anyway, gold, praise opal, cap hopper bone, and the color river blue and chains, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and cyclopses for their single eye. Wow. And the sight of the glimmer of serenity, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven ale and absolutely hates purring maggots. You aren't a member of any religion, because this isn't a very religious faction. Can you name ghosts? Yeah, you can. We did that in the ghost fort, but I'm just memorializing them, so there's no reason to. If you watch my video called I Let Dwarves or Ghosts Destroy My Fortress, we name a bunch of ghosts. What was the name of that ghost? Was it Domas or Dakost? It's Dakost. Did I spell it wrong? Huh, I just haven't found him yet. I mean, we were talking about some ghost lore the other day, and also ghosts die of old age. There's a mod that adds Z levels, mind, and it makes the game run like absolute fucking ass. So, not every game is better with Z levels. Just like not every game is better with an overworld, and not every game is better with combat. Like the number of times I've played city builders where people are just like, this would be cool if it had combat. And then like I play a game similar to that has combat, and I'm like, this is awful. Why would you want this? The number of times I've played that, I've seen so many games like that where people go on and on and on about how it needs combat and how it would be better with combat, and then you play it and it's just like, this sucks. Ghosts can die of old age, yeah, Darky. The same age as whatever the original creature was. So a dwarf lives for 170, up to 170 years maximum, but after 150 years they have a chance to die every year. And if it's a ghost that's over 150 years old, then it will just die at 170. Goblins are immortal, so their ghosts don't die. Humans will die between, it's like 60 and 90, I think. It might be 70 something. Anyway, same with humans. Death is a continuation. So like if a dwarf dies of old age at like 156, then if they come back as a ghost, the ghost will disappear at 170. Roller Coaster Tycoon never had combat. It had destruction, and that's a different thing. Unless you consider competing with other parks to be combat. Maybe that's competition, but... I mean, it sort of has murder in City Skylines, but... Okay, why'd the frame rate go down to 30? It's gotta be, like, squads re-entering the map. Weed McYeats outmatched the Goblin, Nagokang Fell Swim with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Hex Wonders. It's the question of whether or not you're playing Roller Coaster Tycoon as a park management game or an action park simulator. Let's see how. So this was us attempting to raise this location. So kill all of them. The Goblin Snowdub was struck down, so we struck down their leader. Also, can I just say that Lanix's full name, his full title is The Walled Kiss of Chill? That's pretty good. Sandberg is the Whiskered Harvester of Distinctions. Looking for other good titles. Lamox is just Lamox still. They're clashing with 70-something goblins, 60-something goblins, 50-something goblins. 50, 30. There's still goblins left, though. Anything can be combat? I mean, what, like that... What was the name of that cooking RPG? A couple of years ago? So, Professor Voland, have you been banned from every haunted house you've been in? This just in, Professor Voland is one of the people in the in your theme park in Roller Coaster Tycoon, just going around and breaking all of the benches because like he got charged 2 pennies too much for a drink once 6 years ago, because that's how long he's been in the park. He refuses to leave. It's wild. You know, I've never played a Cooking Mama game. This might be a shock to you, but... Sure, if a dwarf makes it to maximum age. Dead because. those goblin settlements are? How easily do you think? How usually they send dozens to attack fort, and you usually only send squads of about 10 dwarves. I think goblins might not be great fighters. So mess decent in YouTube chat. Have you ever seen a dwarf go into a martial trance? That's why dwarves are so strong. They're the only faction in the game that can do that. And it basically negates all of their exhaustion, because exhaustion is the fastest way to die in Dwarf Fortress. If you get exhausted, you more or less lose your ability to continue fighting. So quite literally, the reason dwarves are so strong is because of martial trances. So it's not that goblins are bad fighters. Goblins can actually be very good fighters, but they don't have martial trances, meaning dwarves can just fight them to a point where they fall over with exhaustion, and then the dwarves just win. It's what makes dwarves so strong, and it's because they have main character powers, you know? That's why humans are like kind of surprisingly weak, even though they're so giant. There, oh, it's just a rock egg. I'll just toss that. I need Mummy Dragon to lay another egg. They only lay eggs every 3 months, so. Oh, it's sustain, yeah. They have the high ground, if you will. Dwarves are just strong in general, yeah, but it's the reason they are so strong. Goblins are strong because of, like, the fact that they have consistent access to large populations and good armor and soldiers. Humans are a threat because they show up and they all ride on mounts, and then you yell at them, and then their mounts get spooked and they all run away. So they're very good at staying alive. And elves are strong because of their mounts. So elves are really weak unless they have like good mounts where they are, and then they can be a threat. Otherwise, elves are like kind of whelming. Actually, why don't I just fill this side up with these? Let's just do 6. So we can get a few more of these in. 5. Just going to click a few times. They get more chances to hit with more in them, but it's fine. Okay, that should be plenty. You down here. Update all your gear. Sweet. That's what we wanted. That's what you want to see. And Squads is leaving again. Necromancer's threat. Also how much time they have. Necromancers are a lot more threatening. Well, actually, Necromancers depend on 2 things. Well, 3 things. It's who their neighbors are, how long they've been around, and what god gave them their powers. Because if it's a god that gives them nightmare-related powers, they're significantly stronger than if they don't have that. So it does partially depend on who gave them their abilities. No, actually, I don't want you to do that. I want you to be stairs down. But you're more or less on the money, regardless. It's just a yes and instead of an actually, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's the low center of gravity and brick-like stature in regards to why dwarves are stronger than humans. Low center of gravity, and they are a brick. Hoping I can get this shallow enough that it's a ramp, not what I wanted. So I'm just going to go over this with flooring real quick. And just get rid of those because I fucked up. You can get dumped. But as a real quick reminder, I know I do this a bunch at the beginning of every week, but this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people are kind enough to give money to the stream, and that helps keep the channel funded. I try to keep the amount of sponsored content on this channel to an absolute bare minimum. So if you like the fact that I run my channel that way, and you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me once it's available and when it is available, because it is one of the primary things that keeps this channel funded the way that it is. So I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you with hats next to your name, because you're the real ones. You're the ones who help keep the channel running. You're the ones who keep me here in this format, and I thank you for that. I can't be exerted. Yeah, but in fort mode, they do want to eat and drink, even if they live forever, like, unless it's like an unnatural living forever. So like goblins will eat and drink even though they don't need to, as a form of personal entertainment. A giantess named Button has come. They're here to push the big button. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. I'm not going to try too hard to catch it. If we end up catching it, then yay. But I'm not going to go out of my way to. It has no items in its inventory. It's the Sculpted Quest. Based on the angle that it's at, I have a feeling I'm going to catch it. Round of beers for good luck for this giant, because I think it needs it. He's talked about 1 trillion times as to why he hasn't added mixed races. Vexed one. It's very much like a technical limitation. Where are you? You don't have any family. You can go to Gilded Hall. Get out. Keeping the fortress happy is currently paramount. And a very high priority. Although I will say, I'm very happy that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have centaurs. For those of you who don't know what the centaur problem is, it's the what percentage of the body is animal and what percent of the body is person. And if they die, how are they classified? And if they mate, how are they classified? Or are they their own creature entirely? And to me, it's just an excuse from Tarn to not actually add them to the game in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I like that there are creatures like centaurs. I think like half-elves and half-dwarves and whatnot is more just an ideological thing, which, you know, could be neat. Like, I wouldn't have anything against that if Tarn wanted to add those. But personally, when it comes to centaurs and griffins, which are two creatures that exist in Dwarf Fortress but don't exist in Dwarf Fortress, as in they have raws that exist and you can draw pictures of them, but they don't exist. I like that there are some mythological creatures that the dwarves talk about that don't actually exist. I think that's really cool, personally. I wish there was more of that, you know? I mean, you're saying a mantar, or is that a misspelling of minotaur? Because yeah, I have 3 minotaurs and two. I killed one of them. 2 minotaurs in this fortress. No, I have no idea then. No idea if that, in that case, what that is. A vile force of Dorkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Axmu Tanglefiend in the late winter of 250. Axmu Tanglefiend decided to become a baby snatcher, operating in the wilds. So we've got a career kidnapper who comes with a war dragon, a war cave dragon, from the Dark Goblin Fortress of Gear Spider. Well, now we know where to steal dragons. Gear Spider. Okay, criminal. Please tell me there's like 2 of them. It's like a dude and his pet. That seems to be the case. It seems to just be like 2 of them. And an ambush. Where's the ambush? Got him! Oh, wait. Who was the commander? Well, they're all Goblin Macemans. They don't seem very... I don't feel very threatened by them, shall we say. But here comes the Drigan. The Dwargan. Pops up and over. Uh-oh. Oh. Used to the counter. Oh. It's another visitor. Snatcher, protect the children. Hold up. Pause. I'm going to stop allowing visitors in here because we need to stop accidentally murking visitors. It's a bit of a pain. My birds don't like anybody who's, like, not completely aligned with my faction. One of my dwarves died. It's Bamboo. But fortunately, they're just a merchant. Wasn't one of mine. This dragon did quite a bit of damage to us, but thankfully we were able to take it out. Where are you? Swords Dwarf? Yeah. Snatchers protect the children. Let's follow Slug. It's going to back off. Wrestler's been found dead. We lost 2 wrestlers. We're probably going to lose a 3rd one. It's a nice small siege. Let's see what's still on the map. 2 caged invaders. Seems to be it. And I'm going to go up to the overworld. Where is Gear Spider? $10,000, hey? All right, we're going to go raid him. 2 seconds. It's very windy outside. I'm going to bring my peppers inside. I don't want them to get blasted. I'm just paranoid they're going to get blasted off of my patio. Lanix, you should see your full name. Oh, you left the map. Your full name is the something kiss of chill, which is kind of great. Are you injured? Yeah. Let's turn off the burrow. There goes the pet of Weed McYeet. So many kills. It's ridiculous. Can I butcher that dragon? Guess not. I also need to get my body pile indoors, which is currently all the way the hell over here. Let's just get rid of you. Where? There. Right, that's where I was going to put it. Guess I could go one layer further up. So maybe I should go on the other side. Which means it's probably going to hit an aquifer, and that's fine. I think like the way that I would do hybrid creatures, if I were to do hybrid creatures in Dwarf Fortress as Tarn, is I would just make them 50-50. Or like biologically, I guess. Be pretty just straightforward with how they're actually created. And make them like mules. Just make them sterile. You know? Which would probably irritate a lot of people, but like I feel like that's just the best way to do it. Requiring editing creatures. What are my thoughts on Hydra's not having the child tag? I don't really have thoughts on it. I don't really care. I think, like, people expect me to have detailed thoughts on everything. I don't think it's wrong that they don't have a child tag. I think it's weird. I thought they... Did they not? I know that they have child sprites. Did they not add a child tag to them? I guess they didn't. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts on it. It's fine. Period. I don't know. I'm not as... Like, yeah, sure, I have takes on a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress, but I don't have, like, a nuanced opinion on literally everything. And, I don't know. If Tarn wants them to, like, be able to be kids. But I thought they changed that. Did they not? Because, like, they have kid sprites. I don't know. I haven't raised Hydras since pre-Steam. Maybe we'll do that in this fort. They pop as an adult. Oversight, maybe? Because they have a child sprite. They added those a while ago, but I believe you. I don't know. I don't care. It's fine. It is what it is. I mean, they regrow heads. Why wouldn't they grow instantly? Don't care, really. If Tarn changes it, Tarn changes it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. If you want to mod it, go nuts. Meh. You just need to add one tag to the Raws to make them be able to have a baby variant. It's always been that way, so... Just add a tag to the Raws and assign an animal to it. This game is so contortable that if something bothers you, then just change it. And if it doesn't, then don't. Historically, like, whenever I would end up with a breeding pair of Hydras, which wasn't very often, I would just, like, use them as a food supply because, like, they're born full size. You can just make food very easily out of them. How tall was the cavern I found? I don't know. How tall was the like this? This is an unanswerable question, Nathan the Tired. How tall was the tallest cavern that I found? I don't know, 90 layers or something. I don't have a memory of every single fort that I've played because I've played this game for on and off since 2009, and more or less as a full-time job since 2018. So I genuinely don't know. I just want to go around the edge here. You mean the giant multi-headed chicken? Why would we want to save the giant multi-headed chicken? It's a giant multi-headed chicken. It solved world hunger. And you want me to give up that gift from Armok? Typical human propaganda. What was your moistest bread? Dough. Or, as they say in The Simpsons, dough was my moistest bread. Thoughts about dwarves being in this game? Oddly enough, okay, so something that I think is funny, Miles Long in YouTube chat, is there is a proponent of the Dwarf Fortress community who seem to think that if any game that exists has dwarves, I'm immediately interested in it and want to play it because it has dwarves. Dwarves were not the draw for me for this game. The draw for me for this game was the allure of the storytelling. The dwarves are like incidental. And so personally, I don't even have any thoughts on this game having dwarves in it. Like, dwarves are fun, sure, but like, that was never the draw. Man, it's sad how inconsistent, like, my male dragon isn't all that lustful, so we're not consistently getting fertilized eggs. Sad. We're about to be in an ad break. When the ad break starts, I will pause the game until no tanned hides, no. Well, no, we can put destroyed tanned hides in there. No skulls. Let's just not put any hair or wool in there. And everything else can go. No shells. No, we'll keep the shells. And I'm going to add a new route, and I'll just call it. And you're going to load dat and dat, but not dwarf. And not dwarf. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I should keep the game paused. And then you're right here. I need another minecart. Let's just do a gold minecart. Let's do 5. Oh, my numpad's off. What? Now we'll wait for the ad stand. I mean, dwarves are fun, but like, it could have been Goblin Fortress, or I mean, if it was like explicitly a furry fortress, I might have been less interested. How do you delete someone else's question? Become a moderator. Or type enough and cause active enough conversation that I don't see it. Do I miss the 1,000-year fort? Nope. Not at all. Super app. It was neat while I did it, but it wasn't fun to play after a while. There's a lot more reasons for that, but no, I don't. You dream of a Kobold Fortress? Don't worry, there's about 445 trillion mods that let you play as a Kobold Fortress if you really want that. Although, shoutouts to Goblin Camp. Great little game. And Goblin Lot, which is the open source version. And it is singing time, apparently. Uh-oh. I got bad news, ladies and gents. Non-binary friends. My whole squad's gone. Okay, so we raised Drill Monster, and that went well. But we went to go raid Gear Spider. The Bolt of Contests attacked the last evil at Gear Spider, and the Dwarf Mincott and Weed McKeat led the attack. The defenders were led by the Lime Fiend Ekin Newtwood, the Sepia Field. In the late spring of 251. The Lime Fiend had tactical planning that was superior to the Dwarf Weed McKeat. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. We struck down a human almost immediately by one of my rocks. Another goblin was struck down by another rock. Lamox struck down a demon. Pebble struck down or didn't strike down a demon, struck down a goblin. Pebble struck down a goblin. Dwayne struck down a goblin. Otta struck down a goblin. My war jabber struck down a goblin. My dwarf was struck down by a jabberer. Bronze was struck down by a jabberer because they fought with 842 jabberers. Wolf was struck down by a jabberer. Lanix was struck down by a jabberer. Toolkiss was struck down by a jabberer, and was Weed McKeat struck down? Weed McKeat was apparently struck down by a jabberer. But some of my dwarves were imprisoned. So that's now the other question is, did the rocks come back? They did. So do we try to sneak in? I think we do. We're just gonna try to raid. I want jabberers. And I want cave dragons. So good luck, Eric. It's not bugged, it's intended. Everyone. You're supposed to go there. Like, is it unfair? Certainly. But it is intended. You're supposed to go to those locations in adventure mode to defeat them. Like, you're not supposed to try and fight them in fort mode. Like, there's a big difference in Dwarf Fortress between something that's bugged and something that's intentionally unfair because people don't interact with it the way that it's supposed to be interacted with it. Like, it's supposed to be an unfair fight because you're supposed to go there and weaken them outside of fort mode. It's like different content, basically. Like, the thing that will forever irritate me about the Dwarf Fortress community is the people who look at this game very one-dimensionally don't look at it in any other format or context and then say that it's bugged. It's like, no, No, it's meant to be that way. Like, the game is supposed to be unfair if you are going after a goblin fortress. It's designed that way. They are supposed to be like unstoppable horrors. And if like you can't figure that out, then I don't know what to, I don't know what to, you know, I don't know what to. Like, it's supposed to be a challenge that you have to figure out. Some of the rocks got captured. They probably just got butchered. It's okay, I've got more. Besides, they also haven't all returned yet. Yeah, see? They didn't actually get captured. None of the rocks got captured. Not even the friggin' Warjabberer did. Oh no, I completely agree, Black wins. And I think the developers agree with us too. And also when it comes to those ridiculously like strong locations, like Gear Spider with 10,000 things in it, I've killed locations that strong before. Many times. Okay, maybe not many times. Dozens of times. It just takes a really, really, really long time. God damn it. Is there too many rock eggs? There must be. I've got so many rocks, chat. Holy shit. So many fucking rocks. It's like they're not getting sat on, so... And then you... Donut. I'm going to assign you as the leader. There you are. Oh. Let's make some traction benches, satisfy the nobles. Iton, the metalsmith, has created Thunkkarar, a gold shishak, a gold sea shack, and offers it to Thunderfire. The hell is that? Oh, it's an instrument. This is a gold shishak. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion, lavender jades and studded with gold and decorated with fungi wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of fungi wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of conglomerate, not fungi wood. Menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and beak dog bone. On the item is an image of Colincanth in shale. On the item is an image of Roughness Stockade, the large, sleek, ruddy metal high boot in claystone. Shishak is a small handheld metal stringed instrument with a wooden body. The instrument rests flat as the musician plucks the 12 strings, so gold strings, with bone hammers. The musician can alter the pitch of the string by stopping it against the body. Tuning is accomplished by pegs, and somewhat the instrument has a nearly 4-octave range, going from a middle to a very high pitch, and the instrument has a sparse, dull timbre. Can anyone actually play it? No idea. I was just going to assign it to somebody so they can carry it around. Like, that seems like a good thingy for the dungeon master, so that it doesn't get stolen. But I have no idea if anybody can actually play it. There is a non-zero chance that my dwarves are just going to, or that my creatures are just going to kill those things. I'm just going to sell all this. So now we get to find out if this squad's going to do any better. That would... that's one of those subjects Bully played that comes up often enough that I feel like I'm repeating myself whenever I talk about it. And I could not think of something that would be less fun. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing about that appeals to me. I realize that I guess I'm kind of the odd one out there, but like literally nothing about that appeals to me. Like I having played some of the multiplayer mods for Dwarf Fortress back in the day, like I find the concept kind of repulsive. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find something that I'm less interested in. Kind of a mandolin, but I don't think that you use, like a bone hook to pick a mandolin strings. But similar. Save sharing should just be easier. We don't need, like, a multiplayer mode for Dwarf Fort. It would be a complete waste of development time. Why am I at war with a human faction? Huh. There's a human faction down here that I'm at war with, and I have no idea why. Weird. Okay. We're gonna go pillage with this faction. Even though the commander's sleeping at the minute. I have a quote, and I can't remember who said it, but it's hard to make a good multiplayer game, but a bad game is often better when it's multiplayer. And I feel that way about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a good game. And it's hard to improve a game by adding multiplayer, because it's hard to make a good multiplayer game. Dwarf Fortress is a single-player game that's good. It doesn't need to be made into a multiplayer game. But something like Borderlands is great in multiplayer, because it's a bad game. That's my hot take of the day. If Borderlands was good, it wouldn't need to be multiplayer. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I mean, the actual problem with multiplayer isn't other players. The problem with multiplayer is having to design the game from the beginning to be multiplayer, and then account for it going forward. There's a reason why, like, often games will release a game, and then a couple years later they'll put out a multiplayer spin-off, because you have to so fundamentally rewrite the whole game that, like, you are kind of risking the playability of the single-player game by making it multiplayer. And I don't think it's worth it most of the time, genuinely. I mean, no, it's not. Space Station 13 is Space Station 13. It's very dissimilar to Dwarf Fortress. Like, I hear what you're saying, but, like, it's not really true. Like, I would describe that as a very poor faith argument. Like, if you're just saying it for the memes, then sure. I'll give you that, but it's not a good argument, I guess. Why? What are you waiting for? Need surgery, sutures. Am I out of stitches? That would be wild. Nope. I am not sure why none of my doctors are doing surgery. What's going on here? Oh, you are. Okay. Weird. All right. Squad has not returned yet. There they go. But the first squad has. Like, are you asking me to rate this game out of 10, Stidmaster? Ask literally anybody else. This game is my full-time job. So the better this game does and the higher it's rated, the more I get paid because more people are interested in watching my stuff. I am about as biased towards saying this game is good as is humanly possible. That being said, I do actually enjoy playing it and wouldn't have played it for thousands and thousands of hours if I didn't enjoy it. I would have found something else to stream. But you need to remember that I can't give you a unbiased, legitimate opinion on that because this game is my full-time job. The Bolt of Contests has slipped into Gear Spider, undetected by the Jackal of Visions of the Last Evil. They searched Gear Spider. We stole Bulgarities. The Sun Sets on Drop Pines. We stole that. More books, more books, more books, more books. Give me the fortress was stolen. Okay, well, let's go raid them again. And I will free captives and steal livestock. I'm going to just stop acknowledging all of your comments about multiplayer Dwarf Fortress, and if it continues, eventually I will charge a toll where you're automatically dinged 100 bits per time you say that word by muting it in the chat. I'm joking, but I don't actually have a way of doing that. However, I don't understand y'all's obsession with making games worse. So just let them be what they are and enjoy them for what they are. That's how you get the most out of your video games. Like, if you want to play Space Station 13, play Space Station 13, but it's a pretty massively different game to Dwarf Fortress. And if that's a game that appeals to you, then great. Play it. Enjoy it. Wooden furniture does deteriorate with time, yes. After about 400 years, though, so it takes long enough that it's not really a going concern generally. But yes, with time it will deteriorate. What stuff can you do here in this game? Dwarf Fortress is a world simulator. There's two main ways that you can interact with it. It's a game about building fortresses for dwarves in fortress mode, and in adventure mode, it's an open world RPG. It is a creative colony sim, very sandboxy. It's very high depth, but not high difficulty, meaning the game itself is pretty easy, no matter how hard you make it on paper. It's a game about knowing how to manipulate mechanics into getting interesting outcomes. It has very in-depth family tree and relationship and personality simulation, a lot of under-the-hood mechanics that are not immediately obvious. And how the heck did you find this game? Or me streaming this game if you don't know what this game is? Stidmaster. Let's do some trading real quick. I am going to be selling them some artifacts, but I don't care. I will buy the rough gems because I'm lazy. Also buy the flasks because once again I'm lazy. They bring any interesting animals that I can eat. Just a normal ass black bear. Nope. But yeah, anything made out of wood or cloth deteriorates, basically. Armor can deteriorate if it's damaged or left outside, but same with leather. All right, trading is done. Peace. I was going to say, shouldn't you be leaving? Oh, I see. They'll leave once those are all gone. Is here trading goods simulated? Sorry, I'm trying to read through the language barrier. Trading is one of the more abstracted things in the game. Dwarf Fortress has been around for a very long time. This game started development in 2002. So some mechanics are deeper than others. Trading is more of a means to an end or a way of getting rid of stuff than super deep item sim. I mean, values of items go up and down, but that's not the focus of the game. It's sort of like playing a really, really, really slow game of Civilization where you play just one tile. So you have a very small cog in the world. Also, chat, explain like I'm 5 Dwarf Fortress. For some reason, I'm doing a bad job explaining Dwarf Fort today. Brain's a little mushy in that regard for whatever reason or another. Chat, quick, list 3 things that you can do in Dwarf Fort. Right answers only, no trolls. You need therapy? So go get therapy, man. I also realize it's not that easy. I miss my therapist. But oh well. Life ain't perfect. Let's go to there and do that. Sure, you could wrestle fish. That is, you could grab a man by his tongue and throw him. That is something else you could do. Build a surface fort and lose it to a siege. Very accurate. That is a thing that you can do. Let's just keep digging through this down here. Actually, that one's a little too close to the edge. Not going to risk it. This one, on the other hand, I'm going to risk. Basically, Dwarf Fortress doesn't just generate a map like a lot of games do. It generates you hundreds of years of history. And then the game itself is about taking that history that you're provided and creating as compelling a narrative for yourself as possible within the history that's provided. It's like extremely large scale The Sims, sort of, in a way, where you are essentially playing as a DM for the population of your fortress, which in my case is about 250, but actually about 230, but 20 of them aren't on the map at the minute. This fort is maybe not the greatest representation of Dwarf Fortress, purely due to the fact that, well, how do I put this? Purely due to the fact that most of the dwarves in my fort are working with dragons, which isn't the sort of thing that you see every day in Dwarf Fort. Let's just do melee metal armor. Let's reassign them to the base level uniform. It's also free to play, so you can just go play the game for free on the website. But it will look like this by default. However, with some editing, you can use a free mod or two and give it graphics. In this case, I'm playing the premium version, which is paid for, but it includes official graphics, which is quite nice. And it's impossible to play this game without the community comparing it to RimWorld every 90 seconds, because RimWorld is a game that exists because of this game, was directly inspired by this game, more so than many inspirations in games, and thus makes it kind of obnoxious, because constantly people are just asking how similar this is to RimWorld and vice versa, and it's kind of sad, to be honest. Forgotten beast named Zitha has come, a gigantic feathered leech. It has a square shell and it has a bloated body. Its cream feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly bite. Where is this procedurally generated beastie? Okay, it's on a layer where it can't get to me. So I will probably leave this thing be. I mean, I'm in the same boat and I'm doing quite well financially. Fully played. I can't afford therapy. I went to therapy because in 2023 I put myself in a psych ward. I just walked in and like admitted myself. Because I was in a very bad way. But I managed, because of that, I was able to get technically 12, but I got 14 because I didn't miss one, because they allow you to miss 2 free therapy and counseling sessions. So I did that. And then after that was over, I had to go find private stuff because they basically were like, yeah, you're doing a lot better now. And there was very noticeable improvements throughout those weeks. But yeah, they once they were like, yeah, you have to go private to keep getting therapy. I was more or less just like, well, I'll try. And I went with one therapist, fucking hated it. Didn't work. Felt like I was being ripped off. Went with another one who was not in person. The second one was online. Same result. Not fucking worth it. Free version has mouse support. Yep, they're identical, aside from the lack of graphics and music. Miles long in YouTube chat. But features-wise, the two versions are identical. Anyway, the second one was just about as bad. Third one was just about as bad. Fourth one was just about as bad. And then I gave up. And it was like, 5 back-to-back. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. But never lost somebody that close. But anyways. I live in Canada and it's still not perfect, Actually, I would disagree. I think I'm not a beard person. I tried it for like half a year. I think I'm good. I don't know why Elfie Bean's in prison, but she is. Enjoy vintaging up that story, Lucia. Oh. Okay, so we pillaged, block, seduced. We probably didn't produce enough items for the king is probably what happened. The defenders were led by a goblin. Fina Throw Feast was struck down, which is a goblin. Striking down goblin. This is the squad that has my rocks now. Purple Dwayne clashed with 9 goblins, slaying 1. Purple Dwayne clashed with 8 goblins, slaying 1. The Rings of Cobalt clashed with a dwarf. They seized livestock and looted treasure. We got beak dogs and elk birds. Which I'm going to butcher. It's currently 2 inches long and you need to clean up. Yeah. I don't know. I look too old already. Like, I'm tired of people mistaking my age already. And I know it's kind of a meme in this chat and I don't really care. But in person, it is frustrating. And to be completely direct, like, beard doesn't help. When you were 21? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really grow a full enough beard anyway. Welcome back, James. You're not doing anything wrong, Vexed. They made materials take time to mine proportionate to their density and hardness, and adamantine being one of the hardest materials in the game takes a very long time to mine now. So in order to mine adamantine with a steel pick and a legendary miner, it takes about 90 seconds to mine 1 tile. Real time. If you're running at 60 frames a second. If you're running at a lower frame rate, it takes longer. I may actually need to start butchering rocks pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to butcher a few, I think. Yeah, and I'm also single and I live alone, James, and I don't want women my age to think that I'm 10 years older than I say that I am. Because I'm 31, and I'm tired of being told that I look like I'm in my 50s. I'm just fucking tired of it. Like, it's not fun, so all of you beard enthusiasts, enjoy your beards. I'm happy it works for you. It's not my thing. Can't do it. I tried. I'm good. See? You also thought I was older than I am. Point made, as far as I'm concerned. Fuck that, Stone. Fuck that. Absolutely not. I don't play for a hippie jam rock band. I'm good. I'm also not a frat boy. So no, I think my attempt at growing a beard was an entertaining period of time. I'm good. I don't think I need to try that again. I think I got the result that I was looking for. Was curious if it would work, and I think I'm good. I could grow a mustache for like Movember specifically. You know? Because cancer awareness is important. But, like, outside of that, why do I have a cow? Outside of that, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Yeah, I mean, if you like it and it works for you, then roll with it. Sure, but I don't play guitar. And I don't like smoky bars. Smoky bars kind of suck and they make my throat hurt. Also check if they're gay. Hello, mellow. Another Cyclops has arrived, a giant humanoid with a monster in its forehead. The Dominant Diamond. What a good name. Has an artifact bow, which is a steel bow adorned with hanging rings of alunite. It's also, I was going to say moving really slowly, but it's not actually. It's just... the frame rate decided to get a little lower for the minute, which happens when the squads are leaving the map. It's not very effective live training. Like, could I? Sure. But, like, why? The dwarves would probably get more effective live training out of, like, fighting a single, like, piece of wildlife. They're not very strong. Or, like, invading the goblins is significantly more efficient live training. Correct, Tendizu. Although most dwarves are straight. Most are. Bold cut or like straight, it's more likely that they're like not interested in having kids than being gay. Like being gay for dwarves is actually a pretty low percentage chance, but it's more likely that they're either bi or just not interested, like Ace. The Bolt of Contests has slipped into Gear Spider undetected by the Jackal of Visions and stole livestock. Okay, let's try one more time. Hey, we got some cave crawlers. Oh, that's fun. That's why the game was lagging. Cave blobs, bug bats, beak dogs. Oh, that's a good time. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go after them again. But I want to free that captive. These guys. Look at these creepy motherfuckers. I will add the cave dragons to the actual dragons, but the thing with the cave dragons is they can't breathe fire. So they're not actually that efficient. I'm just going to throw them in with the rocks. Oh, actually. I'm using it. Do I recommend it? If you think you need it. It's kind of like enabling dev tools in RimWorld or learning how to use console commands in Skyrim. Do you need it? No. Can it be useful at times? I mean, duh. Is it necessary? Not really. I don't think it is. I know some people say it is. I don't really agree with that. But I see where people are coming from when they say it. For me, mostly it's, I find it over-automates parts of the game, which I don't like. I do think that there are things that it does that are useful. I don't think you need it all the time. I think the UI elements are a little bit unnecessary, but I can see why you'd want them. I think it provides some cheats that I can, like, see why people would use them, because they save time or fix things. But I think the biggest issue with it is it makes people jump into this sentiment that everything in Dwarf Fortress is a bug. Like, the frequency at which people will be like, I've encountered this bug, and I'll be like, no, it's intended to work this way. You're just doing it this way, which is causing it to act like a bug because you're using DFhack. And I find that to be supremely frustrating as somebody who helps people learn how to play this game. That being said, it is a useful tool for sure. Name the clave Bob, but I'm going to butcher it. But I'll name one of the blobs Bob. Cave Bob. Cave Bob is going to get butchered and is finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, is sometimes cruel and is quick to anger, and tries to keep things orderly, tends to not reveal personal information, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and is quite polite and often cheerful. Let's just go down to the bottom, and I'm just going to butcher a bunch of things. Slaughter you, war train you, keep you, war train you, slaughter you. I'm actually just going to butcher these because they're not actually that cool to have, and I don't need more animals. I've got too many already. Slaughter you, slaughter. Slaughter you. Slaughter you. Does each dwarf need a bedroom? Yes and no. Yes, in that... do you want me to name something else as well as the cave blob? Bone doll? Or are you okay with me just butchering it? Because it's just going to get butchered. Because I can name you a dwarf if you like, or give you something unrelated. But if you just want the cave blob, then you're good. Okay. It's up to you. It's your points. You spent them. going to make 100 gold coins. Yeah. Daragorn. We have a lot of baby dragons in this fort as we dig down. Oh, that's fun. Finally managed to get a null block. I wonder, do I have stuff to make pumps? No. Let's do green, glass, cork. Green, glass, pipe, tube, sand. We're gonna say 1 and 1 and 1, but you can be used by any, and you're gonna make 20. Sure, but we're supposed to be getting upgrades to hospitals pretty soon as part of the magic stuff, Tendizu, and there are several different mods that can change that. Like, I don't know. Like, there's ways around like, just about any issue in most situations with Dwarf Fortress that people have with it is fixable with mods. If you just want to put the time in to make a mod for yourself or change 2 lines of text. There's at least 3 mods off. I think there's a DF hack script plus several mods that adds vets if you want veterinarians in Dwarfort. There's a handful of different mods. Okay, well then what's the point of this discussion if you're not a mod person? Like, don't complain. I agree. It would be nice to have, but like, we'll be fine without them. And they'll get added. I was gonna say, did you just get caught in there? No, you didn't. And they'll get added when the developers get around to it. Like, that's just how this game works. God, this is why I can't speculate, chat. Because no matter what I say, people just assume that there's changes coming because I said a thing. I mean, we're getting medical changes. Fuck if I know about, like, hospitals or vets. I know that we're getting... Because, like, there's magic potions in the game that, like, heal dwarves already. Like, those have been added. Those are in the game. Like, those are in the game right now. Outside of that, I don't know, man. Like, it's been announced that we're going to be able to do something with magic potions in fort mode. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, and Awak Lost is now going to get killed. I'm going to go up to here and just station you right there. This is a periwinkle brute, which is what? A very large a very large Irish tortoise. A very large eyeless tortoise, twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically, and its periwinkle scales are overlapped, or oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its poison bite. And it's bleeding like fucking crazy. I'm going to send this squad down to kill it because they're training just above it. Or it was bleeding like crazy. It's now seriously injured. One of the melee squads immediately starts dueling with it. What squad are you in? The Cobalt. You guys station right here. And he killed it. Well done. Greetings, Diamond. Well done, I say. Yeah, the rhythmic undulations have indeed concluded. I should not have this down here. That's just silly. Poor dwarf. That dwarf was in the fort for so long. Squad returns. Are they undulating out of sync? They're in sync on my screen. This is me openly attacking a location. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. Purple Dwayne immediately killed a goblin. More goblins have been struck down by dwarves. More goblins have been struck down by dwarves. And final goblin was struck down. We're really running out of stuff in that location. What were they able to steal? Bunch of elk birds and beak dogs. That is in fact a Meshuggah song. Correct. Let's do green glass, corkscrews, and then I'm going to say, nope, not that. I always think it's an option. I'm going to go to standing orders, other, dig through warm stone. I'm trying to think how I can do this. I'll figure it out. I'm just gonna let them dig for the minute. I'm gonna go use the washroom. I have to pee. God damn it. Okay, so that'll get built pretty quick. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like anybody's died digging around in here. The question is... I don't really need all that much space. I'll just do this. This will be the quickest way. We're just gonna pump stuff out of here. Good luck with your bold feeling, Captain Radiator. I have much faith in your boldness. Gear Spider, another raid. So raiding is like non-combat attacking a place. It's trying to just get in and get out, pull off an Ocean's 11 kind of thing. We found nothing. Okay, so the captured dwarf there is dead.
Hey. I just wanted to thank you for bringing those DF tutorials. They are helping me a lot since 2022.
Happy to help, Denexius. I'm glad that most of them are still relevant. The ones that aren't, I've tried to update and or replace, but yeah, it's been a ride. Let me tell you. It's certainly been a ride. So I pushed you. The one that, yeah, this one. This one is now down to 10 population, which was at much higher population. Let's go for Hex Wonders. We're just going to go pillage. This is a location with 1,000 creatures in it. Let's see how they do. Good luck, dwarves. While the new squad levels themselves up slowly. I wonder, is there forbidden gear somewhere on the map? There probably is. What if I reassign this stuff? Odd. Need to locate some gear for them. Yeah, we've got all kinds of pets. Most of them are designated to be slaughtered, though. Because I've got stuff that I'm stealing, so like these elk birds, the beak dogs, the giant bats, all those are getting slaughtered. I'm keeping the voracious cave crawlers, though, because they're kind of fun and look cool. You don't see them all that often. I'm also going to keep jabberers, because they're just really good war animals. But most of the things are just getting, you know, turned into murder creatures. Like, why don't I go for the grizzly bears, too? Just war train them as well. I don't think that starting as all peasants is difficult. I actually like starting as all peasants, purely because then you get to see exactly who chooses what jobs. If anything, it's probably the easier start, like, technically wise. You added a troll to your fort with DF hack, and when he hauls to construct something, the troll goes and gets a backpack? Oh, wait, no, just when he's hauling, he holds a backpack. Oh, that's interesting. That actually makes me kind of mad. Because that means then that we could have dwarves with sprites when they're constructing stuff. That's kind of a bummer, actually. I've wanted dwarves to have, like, differentiating sprites while they're constructing stuff for quite some time, so... Like, I get it, but... Man, that kind of bums me out. Nutty Wombat! I don't think I'm going to go back. Like, you've been around the stream long enough, Nutty, to know that I have problems with being told that I look old already. And I was considering shaving it, because I was, like, mixed on how it looked. Oh, we're in an ad break, which means you might be in an ad break, too. Are you in an ad break, Nutty? Baby trolls are cute as hell, yeah. You're not? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I already have problems with being told I look old, and I was kind of thinking about it, and then about shaving it, and then I got a comment on YouTube that's just like, dude, it looks fine and all, but it adds 10 years. And I'd been called old again recently, like in person, randomly. Or, it's not really called old, it's mostly people acting shocked when they do ask how old I am, because it comes up in conversation once in a while. And I'm so fucking tired of it. So I don't actually see myself growing it out again. Maybe like for Movember or something, but... But seriously, Denexius, thank you very much for the 9 months total and the, 6 months in advance, as well as, helping keep the channel funded, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people who gave money to the stream. And that's the first subscription in 2 hours. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. As always, if you want to help keep the channel funded, If you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me, because that's how we fund this operation here. Yeah, but you're married. Like that's already the like solving of the issue there. Is like the issue I have is because of the fact that I'm single and I live alone, right? If you're married, you kind of by default don't have the issue that I have, because the issue that I have kind of requires, you know, you to be single and not live alone. Yeah, but I can aspire not to be. Necrontier. Tom Cass, thank you very much for the 13 months. It's just like people are just like, I never go outside or talk to people. It's like, yeah, but you live with a family of 5. I'm sure there's somebody in chat who doesn't. But like, if you live with a family of 5, don't you get at me about how you wish that you got to never get out like I do. Because like, trust me. Not all personal situations are created equal. I told you you look like a hobo. When I was homeless, I was clean shaven. I don't know if that helps. Let's actually just get rid of that. Just dig through it again. You started playing, you don't understand the justice system, just don't assign dwarves to the justice system initially, and work on other systems if you just started playing. That is one of the more obtuse, complicated systems. It's also an unfinished system, so not all the systems work as expected. So if you're brand new to Dwarf Fort, just don't worry about it too much. Like if crimes are implicating people and you don't know who it is, it likely means that the person that's implicated doesn't live in your fort. But there's a lot of things in that system that are pretty clearly unfinished, and there's not a lot that you can do about it as the player. So my advice would be, if you don't understand that system and you're new to the game, that's a system that I would ignore during the learning curve of the game. I would also disable visitors, because that'll remove a lot of the natural problems that you'll have. One of my rocks is playing with with some troglodytes. Because if you remove visitors from your tavern, so if you make a tavern, which is basically like, this is a guild hall, but if you click on this, there's these buttons up at the top. If taverns are set to this by default, but if you set it to citizens or citizens and long-term residents only, you won't have random... What? Why is there an Etten in my fort? I'm slightly concerned with this. You're not supposed to be out of your cage. Sorry, Etten, but we have to stab you repeatedly in the face. I'm not sure how you got out. Oh, did somebody, like, tantrum and break the bridge? Oh, did one of the Ettens tantrum and break the bridge? Oh, that's entirely possible. So there's a bunch of, like, Ettens just running around in my fort. So thankfully, they all got caught in cages except for one. So, we got him. That's funny. Yeah, he has to have tantrumed. Tomcast, thanks for the Prime sub. And Benny G83, thanks for the tier 1 at 6 months in advance. Appreciate you. Can I get a round of beers for Benny and Tom and Dex? Thank you very much for those. It could have been a dwarf tantruming and breaking the bridge, or one of the Ettins could have tantrumed and broke the bridge. It could have gone either way, honestly. Dang it. More non-fertile dragon eggs. God damn it. Clockwork. Be more horny, you stupid dragon. Got some 2-year-old babies, but got a ways to go before they hit adult size. Why not block the doors? I did. With the drawbridge. The reason there's nothing blocking it is because they broke the thing that was blocking it. They're purely for aesthetics in regards to the coin stacks. But yeah, I did block the doors. Any intelligent creature can tantrum. So gremlins, ettins, giants, I guess trolls technically, or cave trolls technically, or the randomly generated trolls. Trolls can. Semi-intelligent creatures can also tantrum, so troglodytes, etc. When you're digging to the bottom. I mean, it's a large portion of the end game. I mean, this is what, like my 6th or something stream of this fort? Although I am hoping to go further than just, you know, digging too deep. This is just like a side quest until I get to the point where I have an adamantine throne. As in, like, a book about killing a particular goblin? That's interesting. It is now splattered with troglodyte blood. Well, that makes sense. It's par for the course, really. There we go. Getting the door constructed. Lock that. So now we just need a dwarf to come down here and pump this. Then I just need all this lava to be connected, and then we can pump it all out. Then we just need to dump a bucket of water. Ugh. We just need to dump a bucket of water where the burning diamond is. Also, as a reminder, if you want to get onto a leaderboard at absolutely no charge to you, you just simply gotta, you know, make a clip. Because there's a clips leaderboard. Which is important because it helps me make YouTube shorts. And if you don't like YouTube shorts, I can't help you. But please clip things when funny things happen. I know there's been some things that could have been clipped already today, and nobody's clipped them. It used to be hard to get people to stop clipping things. Now it's hard to get people to clip things. And to the point where people pay people to clip things. Which is kind of wild to me. That's like a part of this industry that boggles my mind, is like the whole clipping side of Streaming is bizarre to me. Let's get rid of you. Nope, nope, not that. And not that. This is just going to get that removed, and then we're going to dump water right there. I mean, there's nothing to look into because you just have to be invited to it, and I haven't been invited to it, Huntress. But I'm curious about it. I mean, it'll be neat, but it doesn't, I mean, like, yes, I'm aware of it, I guess, is what I should say, but it only matters, like, once it actually is properly added, and we're not there yet. So I don't know if there's probably nothing behind this. This is probably fine, right? Right. Keeps moving. Let's just deconstruct that. I don't think that's where the null tile was. But regardless, the lava's starting to go away. Now there's 2 on fire. Great. And there's lava down there, which is also fun. Is that some AI stuff? I mean, sure. But so spell check. It's literally Twitch is adding a thing that simply listens for the streamer's voice to say clip that, and then it makes a clip. That's literally it. If you want to call that AI, okay. But like, AI is a branding problem. Like, the AI that I have a problem with are generative models. Machine learning has existed for years and will continue to exist and is largely fine, as far as I'm concerned. Like with anything, nuance! All right, we're just going to put 2 baby dragons in here. We're going to put cave crawlers. And I'm going to put no jabberers in here. And you have 8 pets. You're going to take some more. I go to you. Take you 3 out of here. And I'm gonna see how we did in that last mission. Because we went and attacked Hex Wonders. I mean, I have captions on stream. The captions is text recognition that goes through Google, voice to text. That is essentially the same technology they're using. Like, it's, I have no issue with that technology being used that way. That's totally fine. Like, in my opinion, like, things like translations and things like auto captions and things like descriptive audio for video are all very useful, how do I put this? Accessibility features that is made a lot easier by machine learning. I think overusing it for everything is irresponsible. I think that trying to simulate AGI for the purpose of taking over the world and artificially removing jobs temporarily is stupid. I think that using AI for everything is dumb. I think that marketing AI in everything is dumb and kind of useless. I think that generative AI in a lot of cases is just digital plagiarism. But like, yeah, if you want to give me voice commands for making clips automatically, that's useful. Like, that's fine. As long as it's like not irresponsible and based in plagiarism. Like if Twitch added a feature that let me generate my own emotes, I'd be kind of pissed about that. But like having an in-house way of making clips with voice commands is fine. No issue there. Like that's a feature they could have implemented 5-10 years ago with the same technology. There's just more hooks now. It's just back in the day, they would just call it voice recognition instead of AI. Purple clashed with 57 goblins, slaying 1. They clashed with 77 goblins who were fighting Utes, the goblin. What do you think about people who work with lots of sensitive information using AI, basically feeding data to the machine? If it's not self-hosted and a local tool, then it's fucking stupid. But also, I don't work with sensitive information. Don't put your medical records into ChatGPT, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's a huge, like fucking using any kind of large frontier software is like you are putting your trust in that service. And if it's a service that trains itself off of everything that it uses, it is categorically moronic to put sensitive information into one of those things. I mean, if you're running like a local model that's a specialized tool that doesn't see the internet outside of your closed environment, that's sure, cool. Like you're using software, that's fine. I mean, it's the reason that I use free open source video editing software, so I'm not training Adobe stuff. You know, it's the reason I avoid a lot of things. I think that shit's weird. Period. But like, I think that auto-translate on the internet's a good thing. I'm not anti the technology. I'm anti the corporate use of the technology and the irresponsible nature of the distribution of the technology. The technology itself is useful and interesting. Like, I've got no issue with machine learning as a concept. It's what it's being used for that I have the problems with. But the same thing goes for like crypto. Like, I think the technology is interesting. I don't think it has many practical uses. I think most of the uses people market it as are stupid and a waste of electricity. And I feel very similarly about most LLMs. But like at the same time, it's useful technology that can have a purpose in certain contexts. Yes, I hate hamburgers. What? Certainly, yeah, and like, you know, they've known this for years, which is why important systems operate on their own closed circuit systems, Mary, or should. I think that computer literacy is important. Knowing how the software works is important. I think education is important. Yeah, we're pushing down this location, so we're just gonna keep hitting them. And it's massively leveling up these squads very quickly. Jesus. That is a lot of dead troglodyte. Genuine statement, I couldn't tell you the last time I had a hamburger, like a cheeseburger without cheese, or a burger with no cheese. Like, I could not tell you. If I trade steel bars to a human trader, will they possibly be able to make things out of it? No, it disappears when it leaves the map. Do you think that people... But the value of it will go down. Do you think that people who work with... That's not the next thing that I read. I'll be honest with you, I don't like most burgers. Like, there's a certain trend, at least here, with burgers, which is, like, make them as fucking sloppy and greasy as possible. And sure, I'll eat that once a year when I forget that, like, it makes me feel like shit afterwards. Maybe even less than that. I like a burger that's, like, well balanced with a variety of different ingredients on it and isn't just, like, a fucking slop pile with something roughly resembling a bun and burger inside of it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of that. I can understand, like, why some people would like it, maybe when you're severely intoxicated. And, like, you know, I don't mind a burger once in a while, but I want my burger to, like, you know, have a reasonable amount of sauce on it, have a good quality bun. I want it to be, like, a decent thickness of actual burger, and I want the, like, stuff on it to be more than just slop. That being said, I do quite enjoy a burger with a good amount of veggies on it once in a while. I do quite enjoy that. And I do quite enjoy a burger that is, you know, reasonably portioned. Man, I would rather eat a Reuben than a burger most days. But, like, at the same time, like, you know, once in a blue moon, I don't mind a burger. I think, like, the last couple burgers I had were chicken burgers. There is a brewery, words, that makes a chicken burger, which is real good because their kitchen's pretty great. That's pretty close to me that I quite like. I like a fried chicken burger or a grilled chicken burger, I think more so than, like, a beef burger. Yeah, I don't know. Burgers aren't my jam these days. Like, I don't have anything necessarily against them. They're just not what I go to. Nothing against Sloppy Joes. I don't think I've had a Sloppy Joe since at least 20. I don't think I had a Sloppy Joe since before I moved out, because Sloppy Joes are something that my mom used to make quite a bit for me and my sisters when I was growing up. So, like, that was, like, something that we ate a lot as kids when, like, in my family growing up. And so because of that, like, sure, nothing against a Sloppy Joe. Am I going to go out of my way to buy a Sloppy Joe? Probably not. Am I ever going to make them at home? Probably not. Do I have anything inherently against them? Not really. It's just, like, it's the sort of thing that, like, for a little bit of clarity here, I'm diabetic, okay? Type 1 diabetic. So high fat content and high, like, grease makes me absorb carbs way slower. So it makes the process of eating a lot, like, something that I have to think about, like, kind of a lot. Because if I don't account for that, then it makes me either go low blood sugar because I have to give myself insulin to eat. So if I eat a very, very greasy thing, then with a lot of fat in it, then if I give myself too much insulin right away, then I'll go low, which is bad. And if I don't, and then if I correct for it, then I'll go high later, because when the carbs do start to kick in, my blood sugar goes up. And so that's unpleasant. And then you combine that with, like, the unpredictability of a burger. I don't know. Like, get type 1 diabetes and you'll think a lot more about what you consume. And at least for me, like, certainly there was Oh. That dwarf that got kidnapped came back. Well, that's rad. Awesome. Get back in the squad, Rakust. So yeah, I don't know. I think a lot about, like, the kinds of foods that I eat, and, like, it's something that I micromanage, but, like, I have to for, like, not dying reasons. Like, I don't know. I also, I live alone. So, like, if I'm going to, like, make a burger at home, that's not the sort of food that it's, like, super easy to just make, like, one of. You know, you're either buying frozen patties, which, blech, those suck, or you're, like, buying beef or beef and pork, at which point I would rather have meatballs. Like, I'd rather make, like, a meatball stew or something than a burger. Or you are, you know, just making a large portion of something. I don't do that. Queen Thing, thanks for the raid. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. Like, steak is okay, sure, but, like, have you looked at the price of steak in the last 12 months? Hello, Chixie. Welcome, Raiders. Mods, can I get shout out for the Raiders, please? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? But yeah, I don't buy beef. Like, I don't think I've bought beef in the last year just because of the fucking ludicrous price of beef. Like, a couple years ago, 2024 and earlier, I think, I used to always say that I would eat a steak once a month, and it would cost me like $12 to get a steak. It was like my treat kind of thing. I don't do that anymore because the price has effectively doubled for a decent cut. I barely ever buy chicken anymore because I used to be able to get, like, you know, more or less, like, I don't know, a week's worth of meals if you were to eat it once a day, for like $12, and now it's like 35. I eat a lot of tofu and I eat a lot of beans because they're affordable. Like, I don't eat beef because it's too fucking fatty and too fucking expensive. I don't eat chicken very often because it's too expensive. I don't eat pork very often because I kind of don't like it. I don't really like bacon. I know that's like a crazy thing to say out loud around the internet, but like, I really don't like bacon. Like, it's fine. It's just, it's okay, like, as a garnish on a salad, but I'm not gonna go buy it. That's silly. I like eggs. I eat eggs quite a bit. Because I can get, like, it's what, 2 dozen for $10, which is, like, not great, but fine. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of food that I think are just, like, a staple of a lot of people's diets that I just look at and I go, it's not worth it. Not worth it. And burgers are one of those things for me. It's like, nah, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, something like Sloppy Joe's, I understand why you would order that or make that if you live in a big family and you have a crock pot. You know, pulled pork sandwiches, same thing. Like, that makes sense. If you got picky kids who just want, like, 1 or 2 ingredients on a thing, okay. Maybe you're a picky eater. Like, there's absolutely reasons why, like, I could see why somebody would do that, but, like, I'm never going to do that. Like, I'm more or less, like, I like the term weekday vegan. I'm more or less a weekday vegan. By that, I eat either pescatarian or vegan food at home. Vegan, but eggs, so I guess pescatarian. Or vegetarian, I guess, at home. Because I also eat fish. But I only eat fish, really, during, like the salmon season, when they're catching them actively, because the price drops like fucking crazy when you live by the ocean. Which I do. So, like, I eat salmon when it's in season, and that's kind of it. Is there a way to look at all the items you have in storage? You click storage? But you have to have a bookkeeper assigned and set up. No, the ocean has great salmon. BC is just close to the ocean where the salmon live. You just butchered your first forgotten beast? Round of applause. Just realized you wouldn't be able to see me clapping in my lap. Tuna omelets are the bomb. I really like a rice omelet with like spinach. Thumbs up. So yeah, I don't know. To me, a burger is like...
I subbed and was instantly served ads lol.
Yeah, because you have to refresh, right? Trevor something. Thank you very much for the 7 months. Welcome back, dude. I think I'll say this. Burgers for me are like pizza. I avoid them more or less at all cost. Because they are bad for me. Not even in the like, oh, they're unhealthy kind of way. But like, no, like they are bad for me. So I try to avoid them as much as possible. But that being said, I will eat them like once or twice a year as a rare treat. And then regret it. That's basically how I treat that stuff. I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I had a lasagna. Actually, I do love lasagna though. Lasagna's delicious. Burger tasty? So is chickpea salad. What of it? Lots of food tasty. Just because like some people have a very narrow view of like what is tasty doesn't mean that there isn't other things that I find tasty, if not even better. Because I massively prefer like a macaroni salad or a chickpea salad to a burger. Stepmom makes a banger lasagna. Jealous. Did I not hook you up? I guess I didn't. Don't really have the opportunity to trade. I've kind of waited too long. This is interesting. Why are the humans still here? Are they packing up already? Weird. I will mean I could actually say that some of the best burgers I've ever had weren't even beef patties. Like either chicken patties or what's it called? Like bean patties, like veggie patties. Fucking love like a good like chili patty. I had a bison burger a bajillion years ago, Trevor. Came here through YouTube. Hello! 30 hours in. So you finished the tutorial. Not practically, but yeah, you can. This is one of those, like, you didn't ask to if you should before you just did kind of thing. Like, is it practical to do it? No. Can you? Sure. Yes. Okay, let's actually see how this siege went. I'm When do dragons reach adulthood? They can breed at 10, but they're not full size until they hit 1,000 years old. But they're like bigger than most animals already by the time they're 10. They're like the size of an elephant, basically, at 10. What could go wrong? We get zapped out of existence is what could go wrong. You managed to get a dragon couple? It took me thousands of hours before I saw my first dragon. Slayed 18 out of 50 goblins. Slaying 2 after clashing with 12. Rings of Cobalt led ably, clashed with 10 goblins, slaying 9. Seized treasure and looted livestock. What did we get? Beak dogs, beak dogs. I should stop getting livestock from there. Let's just fight them. Hex Wonders, Raise. Go get them. There you go. You're bringing the item to the depot. Let's see if I can actually trade it. It's possible. There's still goblins left. 750 in that location out of 1,000. I haven't even sent dragons to fight them yet. Although, let's keep some of those. Those. Fancy underwear. Pants. Could probably just buy out their entire supply, actually. Let's buy the bags. Why not? Trade. Done. I have too much food. You should be. I have too much food. Like, way too much food. But I also kind of just don't care all that much. If you have the CPU to run it, then it doesn't matter. Otherwise, yeah, don't cook that much food. It's ridiculous. You don't need it. Wonder what it'll be next time. Probably quite a few, I would imagine. Like if I go to Pebble, who's one of my most active military rocks, who's almost full size, because they're full size at 6 years old. Pebble has what? 24 kills? 2 of them notable? Like, it's already ridiculous. I also have a bunch of rocks running around God knows where. Mostly babies. This is a game that I have thousands of hours in. So don't compare your gameplay too much to mine. It's not a fair contest. Like just if you count the time that I've streamed this game, I have in the ballpark of 15,000 hours in this game. So it's like just, I don't know, it's not really a fair contest, in my opinion. Kind of new to the game. You're building your first cavern fortress. You were just wondering if every fortress is doomed to fail. No. If you're new to the game, sure. But no. Like, to me, if I lose a fortress, it's because I'm being openly careless or intentionally careless. Sure, I mean, boredom, certainly. I mean, most of the fortresses that I move on from are just forts that I'm tired of playing.
Here we go.
Big Bad Badger Moles, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back, mate. Like, do you mean the, like, version, like, the current version that I'm playing versus the current version of the ASCII version? I don't know. It's a matter of taste. I'm nowhere near as bothered by ASCII as some people seem to think I am. I don't stream in ASCII for one reason that I find fucking ridiculous that I even need to explain, which is I don't like explaining to my audience what they're looking at. It's already difficult enough to explain why this weird pixel art game with things jumping from tile to tile is cool, let alone also then being like, by the way, that's a dwarf, and that's a rock, and that's a rock, not to be confused with a rock, because that rock is a stone boulder, and that rock is a bird. I'm not going to go explaining that. Like, it's not even remotely enjoyable for me to stream in comparison. Back when the game was just in ASCII, I used a graphical tile set that made it, like, possible to play without just explaining constantly to what people were seeing. I don't know. It's a matter of taste. Do you like looking at ASCII? Then look at ASCII. Do you like looking at like pixels? Then look at pixels. Do you like looking at one of the more minimal tile sets that are made by the fans? Then look at that. It doesn't matter to me. I like playing the game. I think that all of this, there's parts of the old school community that are borderline militant one way or another. I'm not that person. It's all just Dwarf Fort to me. I'm not really bothered either way. It's just the game. What I don't like is explaining to people what they're looking at, because I already have enough of a hill to climb to explain to people why this game's cool, why it's interesting, and why you should care and why you should watch it, let alone also explaining what the fuck you're looking at. Plenty of the dwarves have blood on them. It's like blood that was on their clothes previously getting cleaned off because they haven't had a shower in a while. And a dwarf claims a clothes shop. And like the ASCII version, I can't zoom in, so it's like harder for me to see what I'm looking at. Like I'm bewildered that people need me to explain that to them a lot of the time. And if the question is, do I like version 50 more than version 47? Please watch literally any stream I've done in the last 5 months, and you'll probably hear me babble about that for 30 minutes at some point because somebody asks me that. Big Bad Badger Moles. This version of the game runs better, looks better, plays better, has better features, more features, and is a much better version of the game because it's been updated. Anyway, and also the old UI was bad. Don't at me. No, I don't miss the only keyboard controls. It's obviously a juvenile dark joke, yes. I would rather name it after you, but like if you want me to name a dragon that, then okay. You're wasting your points, not me. If it was purely up to me, I would simply just give you a dwarf named after you. But if you want me to name a dragon, whatever this is, I don't know what that is, nor how to pronounce that, but you can have it if you insist. I don't know why you want a dragon when a dragon is mostly just going to stay penned up until it's old enough to fight, and then it's going to fight. But if that's what you want, that's what you want. And if you want to not name it after you and name it something ridiculous, then it's your points wasted, not mine. It's pronounced D's nuts, actually, Mary. Or eat my shorts. Or shut your pun hole. Obviously. I prefer to have a pancake hole, though. Waste of points, you say. Correct, Neezer. Thank you very much for used to being rich and paying your taxes. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Neezer, who used to be rich? That's where the puns come out of. Naturally, Mary. I mean, I know how to pronounce it. I'm just intentionally not for whatever it's worth. Like, I'm well aware of how to pronounce that word. Just looking at it, like I can read it. I don't need a phonetical descriptor unless chat wants it, because for whatever, like, people who've been around this stream for a while will probably know this. If you write something down phonetically, it doesn't help me. Like, it's just not how I learn. Like, if I'm mispronouncing something, I need to hear somebody say it. Writing it phonetically just makes it worse, or rather, isn't going to help anything. But if chat wants it, chat wants it. But it's not going to make any difference for me. I didn't, like, go to school, so how could I have been shoved into a locker in a place where there was no lockers? Crackhen. Joke's on you. I also graduated school 5 years early and got a job, so it's not quite 5 years. 3 years early. That would be kind of funny, yeah. Salty. I live in Canada, Mary. I was forced to take a bunch of French. Just because I don't doesn't mean I can't. And also, you probably don't know this about me. I like to intentionally mispronounce words because I think it's funny. Like, there will be a lot of times, especially when I'm reading, like, descriptions of things in games, where, like, I'll see a word and just, like, fully bomb it. Because, like, I don't know, it's just, like, for all intent and purpose, my sense of humor. Nope, that's not the right wall piece. I mean, the last time I went down to hell was the one tile fort. Neezer. Rackets the Weaver has created Govan Sneer, a short pigtail skirt. Actually, no, we went down one after that, didn't we? Because they added the bolt throwers. And he offers it to Thunderfire. The Crystal Storm. That sounds like clothing for my mayor. If you like someone's content, why do you, like, openly insult them, Kraken? Like, if you were a functional member of society who was well adjusted, wouldn't you just be kind to people? Why you gotta be a cunt? Some giant ass has arrived. A gigantic creature resembling a human. Almost unparalleled in size. Calm down, Kim Kardashian. Dequel. I've also got a ghost. I should deal with that. I'm trying, Bert. I love people's, like, self-important complex of, oh, you seem like this stereotype that is inherently insulting. I'm going to be an unprompted asshole to you for no fucking reason. I love that about people. It's kind of hysterical to me. It's the beauty of the internet, you know? Semi-anonymity makes some people think that it's a license to be a twat. Sure, I can see why you would think that. It's unfortunate that you feel that way, though. It's probably why you have no friends. And you're just shitposting on the internet. Pushing your own hatred and anger against other people. Who dare to put themselves out there as free entertainment for you, you self-entitled cunt. I mean, I'm reading 2 chat rooms. Way too busy. I'm too busy being alive to be a dick on the internet. Oh, they're just joking. Yeah, totally. What am I? Oh, sorry. Did you think I was mad? Oh, it's not my fault that you can't understand sarcasm and tone of voice. It's not my fault that you can't, like, understand that if you go insult somebody on the internet, some people find it funny to clap back. Because the judgmental child is the one who starts it. And then pleads, oh no, I meant it as a joke. When they get clapped back at because they don't know how to handle it. Talk shit, get hit. Carry on, my wayward son. Who are rude on the internet are also usually rude in real life? Or rude in real life and don't realize it? You lost the invest? Rip. Sucks to be you, man. You know, Kraken, if you're gonna show up in my chat and tell me that I look like I got locked in lockers, I'm allowed to call you a dickbag because I think that's funny. So if you think it's funny to insult me, well, learn to take it. If you can't handle it, then don't give it. If you can't handle it, then we'll get along just fine. If you can't handle it, then I don't know. Not my problem. Why use slopes instead of stairs? Did you see all those wagons going by? Where'd they go? There they are. Wagons can't go up and down stairs. They can go up and down slopes. So if you have a bunch of wagons coming in and out of your fort, you need slopes. If you want them to go into the fort. Sometimes it's aesthetic, but in this case, it's purely mechanical. Hey, Rat. It's good to see you, man. Okay, so this is actually funny to me. Kraken87 in the YouTube chat says, cool. I do too. So you do think I'm funny. Nice. Also funny how you live off of this exposure. Ha ha ha. Get a job, nerd. I mean, I'm paying my mortgage already. I don't know why I need another job. Bet you wouldn't last a day in the real non-internet society. I lasted almost 10 years of full-time night shift. Plus an additional 5 years of full-time night shift plus working part-time. Worked in factories. I worked in restaurants. I cleaned professionally. I bet you wouldn't last a day working for nowhere near enough money with crappy bosses and like coworkers you don't like. Oh wait, sorry, you already do that. Because you're going after the guy who started his own business on the internet and makes a living covering art and talking about cool shit that people make and marketing it for free because I don't take sponsorships. Trying to be as independent as possible. Making a decent chunk of my money through my website independently of any of these corporations that run these websites. Free entertainment for you that you've already stated that you enjoy. Oh, shame on me. I should go get a real job where I would make significantly less money. Oh, shame on me. I should stop being self-employed. You're probably just salty that I'm importing money from the US into Canada. It would be even funnier if you lived in the US. Helping my local economy. Because I have no running costs. Aside from internet and power. We got plenty of that. I get to make a lot of people's days better every single day by putting out entertaining content. And sometimes I get to amuse myself with people like you. Sometimes I get to remind myself that some people are just shit. And it sucks. I hope you learn that one day. Because you're not really arguing with anything. You're just giving me an opportunity to talk through an ad break. Breaking in those pennies. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything bad about a troll, Moreb, in YouTube chat. Nothing wrong with being a troll, just be good at it. Who put 10p in the dickhead? Ah, that's a good question, yeah. Who did? Anyway, I've had my fun. $633 hours in the last 50 days. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I don't know how many hours I worked in the last 50 days. Because editing time and YouTube recording time isn't clocked as easily as Twitch time is. He's just a content source. You're milking it too hard. His nipples are getting raw. Sorry, their nipples are getting raw. I don't know what them's trolls' nipples came from. I'm not gonna lie though. Like, this is just me being more general. These days, I generally just, like, remove trolls or people that are being unnecessarily rude for no reason. I just kind of do it quietly most of the time. Back in the day, I used to just sit here like this and just talk shit. Because I do genuinely find it funny. Especially when people say things like, get a real job. It's like, oh, you're so fucking pathetic. Like, there's few things truly to me that are funnier than somebody telling me to get a real job, because it just, like, blatantly broadcasts your lack of self-awareness and intelligence. So to me, it's, like, funny, actually, but I've had my fun. I was able to find one in this world, actually. I did a bunch of test embarks, Mooncat, and found 2 in different places in the world. But it is real hard to find them. No, it's less of, Miri, it's, when people tell me to get a real job, my immediate feeling is just like, oh, so you're miserable. I'm sorry you feel that way. Anyway, ads are done. Should get back on topic at some point. Crutches are kind of, like, low-key, crutches are scary to use on stairs. Like, I could not agree with that more. I sprained all the toes on my right foot when I was a kid, kicking a rock by mistake. It was in a sandcastle. It's a long story. Anyway, after hurting my foot like that, I was on crutches for, it was like 2 weeks or something. And Good lord, that was a process. I'm not doing too much gardening at the minute. I have, what, 8 hot pepper plants. 2 of them are outside already under plastic, and then the rest are inside because I'm curious about how well they'll do. I have 2 tomato plants, and then everything else is indoors. Like, since buying this apartment, I haven't done as much outdoor gardening because it's just, I don't have access to the same kind of infrastructure I did where I used to live. It's like the one thing I miss about the old place was like the access to a community garden. If you want ASCII, you can play it on your own screen. I don't want to explain to people what they're looking at. Alex Diverson. Somebody asked me that like literally 10 minutes ago. What? Do news anchors not have real jobs? News anchors are corporate employees too with like health insurance. Although the only like get a real job thing, sorry to keep this going, but this is actually relevant. The closest thing to somebody telling me to get a real job that I will actually take seriously was when XQC told me to go away because he was waiting for somebody important. That I took seriously. I was like, okay, I'll leave him alone. Years ago, I was at TwitchCon, and XQC was at TwitchCon, and he was standing alone like a lost puppy, looked lonely. And me and some friends were just kind of hanging around and talking about the stuff that had been announced the day before. And I was like, I'll go ask if he wants to come hang out, because he straight up looked lonely, like a couple people had mentioned it. And so I walked over, and he goes, no, I'm waiting for somebody important. Like, okay. Sure. All right, man, suit yourself. Who is XQC? Good question. Some irrelevant shit poster from Quebec. Some cow. Yeah, if I want to switch to ASCII, I just do that. Like, if you want to see the fort where I'm looking in ASCII, just ask, but I'm not going to play permanently in ASCII because it's too much to explain to people what I'm looking at. I always forget he's Canadian. Yeah, him and Justin Bieber. At least he's no Drake, but, you know, he's not our biggest, like, national embarrassment. But he's up there. So's Trainwrecks, isn't he? Pretty sure either Trainwrecks is Canadian or he moved to Canada because we had more lenient gambling laws, which is funny. I think he just moved to Canada, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'll show it off from time to time if people ask, but I'm not just going to play in ASCII. Well, if you feel that way, then you're more than welcome to play with ASCII enabled whenever you play Dwarf Fortress. Alexander on YouTube. I think you're more than welcome to. I'm not stopping you. It's a free world, unless you live in America. In which case, then it's a temporarily free world. Yep. It's an unfortunate reality, but, you know, such is life. Mary? Diorite. It's not Daysite that I'm looking for. Going back to Diorite. Oh, I see the problem. Grab the wrong wall piece. It's like, why is it not auto building? It's because I hit reinforced. What are those blue sausages with the mouth? That's a fair question. Those are cave crawlers. I stole them from the goblins, so they're tame. But they're one of the more threatening creatures that hangs out in the deep cavern layers. You find them in the 3rd cavern layer. Aren't step ladders tools? I actually can't remember. I don't really use step ladders very often. Sure, fun derp. You mean like features from the ASCII tiles that I miss, or things like waves? I mean, obviously, yeah, I miss having waves with the graphics enabled. I just miss being able to zoom in more without like covering the the thing is with the old UI, you could zoom in more and the game remained playable. I cannot pronounce that. King shows sup, I think is what the translation is over here. Or however you pronounce your name. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Used to be able to zoom in more with ASCII enabled. And it wouldn't script the UI because the UI was like less window based. But I find it quite frustrating to play with ASCII enabled currently in this version because of the fact that it is tied to the UI. There was a DF hack feature in the past called text will be text, which uncoupled the UI from the ASCII, but that has never been like updated. So the fact that the ASCII and the UI is like coupled together, I find it quite frustrating because I don't see very well. So I can't easily play with the ASCII enabled. Yeah, we're still just like annihilating these guys in Hex Wonders. Let's just keep hitting them. Keep hitting him. What are some common endgame goals for Dwarf Fortress? Become the mountain home, lose, like kill every dwarf, dig too deeply and greedily. If you're just looking for ideas, I would go to the wiki page, which is Playstyle Challenge, which has a whole bunch of different like goals, but I don't know. At least for me, it changes almost every fort. Chat, what's your goal when you play Dwarf Fortress? What is your favorite end game outcome, I guess? Play until you get bored? That's a solid one. Dwarves are happy, thriving, and safe. Yeah, can relate. Don't die really early because you messed everything up. Yeah, fair. That's fair. Actually, why don't I get rid of this? Instead, do this. Colossal engineering projects. Drew good? Yeah. Hey, Garfield. They take about as long as elephants. I know that they take literal years, but they're the size of an elephant by age 10. So, like, they're more than functional in combat after 10 years. Garfield. Like, sure, you could wait until they are as big as they possibly can get, but, like, you don't need to for them to be effective. And in fact, like, they're effective as, like, babies. Because, like, they're already the size of, like, most war animals by the time they're, like, 5 years old. Like, a dragon the size of a bear is still very scary because it is, like, face burning. It doesn't need to be the size of a giant elephant. Obviously, they're more powerful at that point, but, like, you know, I've also got rocks, which are full size at age 6. As a form of home defense, a dog is pretty effective. Not to mention they have a spicy end that's as hot as the fucking sun. Oh, absolutely. Exterminator. I had a baby dragon, like, insta-gib a giant. So, like, you know. Any tips on saving your FPS? Not anymore. I used to have tips and offer advice on how to save FPS, but I seemingly have none of the issues that people have. Like, people talk about things causing FPS issues, and I'm like, it's never negatively affected my frame rate, or hasn't negatively affected my frame rate in as long as I can remember. Aside from just, like, keep the population of visitors reasonable, like, you can adjust that in the settings, and, like, if your fort's lagging, you probably have too many dwarves, so get rid of some of them. Outside of that, like, no, I don't really have any tips on how to increase your FPS. Just, you know, build accordingly and play within what your computer's capable of. The Forgotten Beast, Noel Asengik, has come. A feathered alligator. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its ultramarine feathers are patchy. Beware its hunger for warm blood. I've got a dwarf with some criminal allegations against him. Where's Beastie? Ooh, this one we can actually fight. That is cool as hell looking. For the Emperor, indeed. Thankfully, the dwarves are the ones with the Emperor, not this hungry, warm blood critter. And it's moving. He be jumping. And oh lord, he coming. Okay, let's see how this goes. Hunger for warm blood usually means strong. It's already bleeding pretty heavily. Somebody dropped the mug on the ground. Is exhilarated after being attacked. Greg, the captain of the guard, is bashing it in the right front leg, which is bruising the muscle. And says, this is my fight too, this might require an answer. We've got Abil, who bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, which jams the right true ribs, and then jumps out of its way. We've got this polar bear who's stabbing it with a short sword. I don't think this beast's going to live very long. Yep, it's dead. Well done, dwarves. Blue Forgotten Beast is dead. Zzz. How do you effectively manage and give jobs to new migrants and dwarves? I don't. If I want to specialize a dwarf, I assign them directly to a workshop. I don't micromanage jobs. Like, directly. I do not do that. I do micromanage specific legendary dwarves sometimes, if it makes sense to. So if, like, a dwarf is a legendary weaponsmith because they made an artifact or something, sometimes I will assign them specifically to a workshop. But I don't specifically assign specific jobs to specific dwarves. Outside of sometimes I will do that with planters. So only a portion of the fortress is planting stuff, just because it's too overwhelming a job for everybody else. But I don't micromanage jobs. I think it's largely a waste of time, and just ends with like conflicts that slow down production. So, Chad, I've got a question. Should I keep highlighting the things that Karken is saying? Because he's just making himself look worse. Which is genuinely quite funny to me. Or should we just fucking ignore him and just move on? Like, where are we at, guys? So, yeah, he's still going. He's describing his self-righteous tirade as mooning a crowd of nerds. Like, this is the equivalent of mooning a crowd of nerds. Buddy, you're here too! And said you like my content! What does that make you? My guy! What are you saying? Sorry, I just... You're the one going to prison for public indecency. My God. The fuck is wrong with you? You goddamn child. I'm also, I mean, if you want to do it, you can, Stone. I'll do it if you want. Chat wants to move on, so we should move on. I had to highlight that one because that's just too fucking funny.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hello, Hobo. How are you? Hobo, you'll get a kick out of this. There's somebody who's been in the YouTube chat just like talking shit for the last 30 minutes. And just described what he's doing as apparently hilarious because it's like mooning a crowd of nerds. Yet, one of the first things he said in my chat was that he likes my content. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You are also a child, and I really hope at some point, Karkan, you learn that just being a member of a community makes the community as a whole better. If you like the game, have fun. Keep playing. Enjoy it. As far away from my chat as you possibly can be. Because I ain't got time for this shit. Sorry, that just might be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever read. Period. It's a certain level of, right? Like, how... Like, good Lord. This is so fucking funny to me. Also, I'm pretty sure Smash has more views, like more subscribers than me, so I'm not technically the biggest uploader. Like, the funniest part of stuff like that, chat, isn't the like that they think that they're winning. It's that they think that they're actually getting under my skin. Like, this guy's just going on. He's like, ah, yeah, gonna just keep on digging my hole because I'm winning. It's like, well, not really. I kind of wish you would just, like, actually be funny or, like, participate in this community. Like, if your entire idea of winning a fight or getting one over on somebody is to just insult somebody in a way that isn't particularly insulting and isn't particularly funny, and then act self-important when you get called out for it, it's kind of sad. I mean, I've banned you before and then unbanned you minutes later, so if you need it, we could do that. Unless it's like in regards to using words that generally aren't allowed in my chat, in which case, then yeah, no, I get you. I know what you mean. Genuinely, so Phidippus in YouTube chat, who says, I don't think his real life is doing fine. I have two things I have to say. The first one is, with situations like that, you never actually know if you're talking with an adult or if you're talking with somebody who is actually a child. And, like, it's very difficult to really determine one way or another. And there's kind of no real way to know. Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. There's kind of no real way to know. So it's always kind of a bit of a minefield of, like, is this a person that's an adult that I'm talking to, or is this a child? And because you don't actually know when having discussions like that, or going back and forth with a person like that, like that, I was a fucking moron when I was 15. Adamantine, praise the miners. Like, I was a fucking moron when I was 15. You know, like, one of the biggest gifts to society for a lot of people in my generation is that, like, social media didn't exist until, like, you know, largely since, like, post-MySpace. Like, there was early social media, certainly, but, like, modern, ever-existing social media didn't really exist until, like, Twitter and Facebook. So, like, I kind of feel bad for shitty teenagers right now, because, like, the dumb shit you say online is gonna be immortalized more or less forever. And if I am talking to an adult, then it's usually just kind of sad. It's very unlikely that it's a bot, but I've talked to bots before in my chat. Trust me, they're much less coherent than that. But, like, when it comes to people who think that they're funny or think that they're getting one over or think that they're being mean to you, it's like, it's really hard to tell if you're actually talking to a child or if you're, like, just talking to somebody whose life is really sad. I don't know. I hope that person's life is okay. Because even, like, when someone's being rude to me, it's entirely like, I'll throw it back at you. Because that's my personality. I don't need to take no shit from nobody. I don't get paid enough to get shit talked about me like that. Do I look like fucking Forzen to you? If I was a millionaire, then yeah. Then I'd permit that. You could do that. All you wanted. But I make a humbly okay income streaming full-time. I'm making YouTube videos. But, like, just because you're rude to me doesn't mean that, like, I want your life to be horrible. And it's way too easy to, like, psychoanalyze trolls. Yeah, but when it's like an on-off switch, that's fine. Agreed. Like, if you can be like an immature, silly kid sometimes, that's healthy. It's called being a well-adjusted adult. What's the fucking point of being an adult if you can't make butt jokes occasionally? If I can't watch, like, a potty humor thing, what's the point of being grown up? I just ask for, like, a moderate level of, like, mutual respect between people in my chat. It's not that difficult, and that includes me. Like, you can give me shit, but be willing to be called out for it. If you're not, then go away. I think that's a fair deal, personally. Guess what, Bone Doll? Chicken butt. There's something behind that. I don't know what. There's probably something behind that. So where's the adamantine? There it is. No, we're getting close. You said some super dumb stuff as a 15-year-old, but none of it is online. I'm sure some of the dumb shit I said at that age is still online somewhere, but it's all like at least fortunately obscured behind weird usernames and probably on like old forums that either don't exist anymore or are completely abandoned and thus kind of irrelevant. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't envy that, really. So I'm just going to bring my Mark Dwarves down here because there's something behind this, and I don't know if it's a monster that needs shooting or treasure. Adamantine clothing and metal clothing in general wears down significantly slower than cloth clothing, Alexis. And then on top of it, even slower now. So yes, it still wears down, just way slower. But it can be melted and then remade, just like armor. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. It's a me demon! And it looks like it has webs. A me demon is a very large eyeless scorpion fly. It has a short trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its auburn exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its webs. And the dwarves begin shooting bolts at it and it's bleeding and dead. Easy peasy. Beast go squeezy. Time to pause game. Thankfully, they're standing on water, so if it did have fireball, the fireball would have gone out immediately. I didn't even see what got bopped. Fulfilling dreams? What did he say that you timed him out for? Never been banned before. I wonder what it's like. Could you unban him now, Hobo? You'll wonder wistfully, but we can let him back. He knows now. 1,800 seconds is like kind of intense. Welcome back, Frosty. For like most of an ad break. Well, the game's paused anyway. Will they be harvested as silk? Probably not, because there's a lot of units right here and they'll just collapse it all. But yeah, it would just be harvested as silk. You actually can't be banned? Too powerful? Oh no. 30-minute ban. Yeah, that's intense. Although, in Hobo's credit, he did, like, specifically state fulfilling dreams as a description. You wandered as a ghost as part of society's separate, unseen laughter of family echoing around me, passing through me. A dark, harsh reality. I'm fortunate to have escaped. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. and it's invisible, just like the kid who got banned. It's a sleek, shining metal hood. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. I didn't even ban that guy, by the way. I timed him out for 24 hours. Mostly because, like, if you ban somebody in YouTube chat, it also bans them from leaving comments, and I wouldn't want to ban somebody from leaving comments. That's just rude. I really wish it had separate ban lists. Too much driving. Yeah, dude, like all the way to Texas. That's a long ass drive. Did you have fun though? You can talk about where you went if you want to. That's up to you. Okay, so what if I channel down into that? Miku on stage is awesome to watch. So I saw Electric Callboy recently, Hobo. And they have a song that's a collaboration with Baby Metal. I need to stop this, because otherwise that's going to cause us some problems in a sec. And they had a Baby Metal hologram, which was like projected onto like smoke, which was pretty cool. I mean, obviously it's no Miku, but I need to get rid of a bunch of this stuff. Whew, that was a little sketchy. Yeah, I really don't like the way YouTube does bans. It's like not particularly useful and like annoyingly difficult to manage. Is there a way to get dwarves to pick up the rocks and stuff that they leave everywhere? If you have a big enough stockpile and stockpiles available, yeah. That's kind of it. You just need to make sure that you have like space available for them. You're off to bed? We'll see you later. Yeah, I don't blame you for recovering from that. Like, it's been a long time since I've done that many hours on stream in a month. Like, that's a lot of time. It's no joke, dude. Rest up, you've earned it. But the way I'm getting dwarves to put stuff away, to the question in YouTube chat, is I'm using infinite stockpiles. If you want to know how to set these up, I've got several videos on how to set them up. They're called quantum stockpiles. So if you go to my YouTube channel and look up quantum stockpile or the video, the perfect quantum stockpile, you'll find a link on how to set up perfect quantum stockpiles. Beak dogs. We're all good there. And I've got 2 babies that need to be trained. And let's jump up to here. 600 population in Hex Wonders. Let's go pillage again. And I'm going to grab... Let's grab you and give you some more animals as well. I wonder, actually. Okay, so it's just all of them. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have 9. You have 2. Okay, so it does reassign. That's kind of bad. They should fix that. Basically, like, it shouldn't show all of them as available. Only with the ones that are actually available. You want me to name a rock Scissor. Oh, that's Rocky, sorry. I need a rock. What can be named Scissor? I'm assuming you want a war rock. I don't know why I'm assuming that, but I am. He doesn't seek out excitement and can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges and doesn't focus on material goods. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and is a bird. How many kills do you have? 4 notable kills and an additional 22 others. Dwayne over here has 25 plus 4. Vabok has 0 at the minute. You've got 5 notable, which is why you're the blackened suit of men now, Eric. And got 25 other kills. Making good progress. We do have a paper, yeah. Paper was the first one named. And also, thank you very much for all the follows, by the way. I do see those. Oddly enough, I kind of got a lot of follows while talking smack to that guy in YouTube chat. And people that, like, aren't talking in Twitch chat, which I think is kind of funny. It was like, I don't know, maybe half a dozen. This says a lot of things, I guess. Feels good, man. Okay, over here, let's actually just dig out these 2 centerpieces. Can I ban myself? Not technically, because I'm in my own chat, so I'm an admin in my own chat. I can't ban myself in my own chat. I could ban my alt. Later on, thank you very much for the 12 months. 1 whole year! Has it really been that long? Good lord. We had some hecklers earlier. You missed some fun. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Lungo Amused Black. In the midwinter of 251, Lungo decided to become a baby snatcher. Oh. With them come War Cave Dragon from the Dark Goblin Fortress of Gearspoder. Okay, so it's a bunch of thieves with a dragon. They're just not very good at it. The thieving part. So I'm just gonna open this up. Let's just forbid everything on this. I'm just looking for that dragon who's going to arrive probably before literally anything else. An ambush! They always get caught in the goddamn cages. Like, right off the bat. They're so not good at this. I need this dwarf to... just drop this. Snatcher? Think of the childs. You are a legendary hammer dwarf who's going to go fight. We have to go help Dwayne, chat. I wasn't going to fight them directly, but we have to go help Dwayne because Dwayne's going to go die. As in one of my dwarves? Oh, somebody got appointed to a position of outpost liaison while off of the map and not sharing a map with us, as well as the captain of the guard of the Bolt of Contests. 2 merchants were found dead. My birds got cranky and a little hungry. Pet of Fath. I'm just gonna full heal you. For my own sanity. Planter was found dead. That was one of my dwarves. It's fine. Have they all left? Yep. Yes, they have. Just gonna clear the stuff that's up here on the surface. It's a shame that we had to lose a dwarf for that, but it happens to us. Was there any traders visiting? So when there's combat happening, my rocks will just kill any neutral creature that's in the tavern, which is usually the outpost liaison or somebody else. I'm not sure why they do that. It's probably a bug, but I'm just kind of not worrying about it too much. There's an Etten on the map who's the rights of meditating. You do have the right to meditate. You have a pet rock? Couple, yeah. YouTube chatter. How? The exact same way I have tamed dragons. But how do I have pet rocks? I went outside, I picked one up, I took it inside, I washed it, and I put googly eyes on it. It's pretty simple. I think you could too. Weirdest death I've had in Dwarf Fortress? I had a cat fall 200, no, maybe not 200 Z levels. I had a dwarf fall about 30 Z levels off of a cliff and it went splat trying to get to his pet cat. Just trying to interact with a pet was the job that he was trying to do. Can't fix stupid, stupid. Sliced and diced. Yep. I assume it was their pet cat, but because there was a cat like on the other side of the massive hole in the ground. So it's the only thing that would actually make sense. Where are my Dwagons at? God damn it. Mama Dragon's just, like, incapable of making eggs that are fertilized. Dad just... He's not taking his vitamins. He's getting, erect dragon dysfunction. It's a real shame. Male dragon's health should be talked about in a more open manner. Looks fine behind that. A reptile... Okay, actually, yeah, you win. A reptile dysfunction is good. Yeah, you win. I concede. You've bested me on this day. One of your first DF experiences was having to make hammer traps against undead. Yep. The other day, one of your cats somehow got... Actually, no, I had a dwarf that... This also involves cats, but maybe not the most entertaining death or anything. I had a dwarf that had about 20-ish pet cats, and that dwarf got, like, washed into a creek due to me opening a dam and the level getting a little higher than expected. Not even that much higher, just, like, half a Z level. Anyway, the dwarf got washed into a creek and drowned. And then all the cats just, like, hung out on the side of the creek forever and, like, refused to move and would cancel any job that tried to do anything in the creek whatsoever. That one was pretty good. And then there's also the one that, like, I made a short about ages ago, which was Fem's dwarf, who was in chat earlier. But Fem had a dwarf ages ago under an old username that was murdered. And then I thought that I completely memorialized the dwarf, but apparently I didn't. I missed an arm that was on top of a wall, which I think that is still the case. That is, if you don't memorialize the entirety of the dwarf that exists in the map, then they can still come back as a ghost. That might not be the case anymore. I don't know. But anyway, came back as a ghost because I thought that I'd memorialized it, and it came back and possessed the dwarf that murdered them and made that dwarf admit to the crime. Two, I think. I stopped making them pets after that one dwarf adopted two. So not that lucky, Epic Teen Bro. When I generated this world, I made sure that there was a very, very high number of Mega Beast caves. And then what I did was I went into the difficulty options right here. Clicked it, and then scrolled down to Mega Beast attack period, which is seasons. The default of this on normal difficulty is 10, so one will attack every 10 seasons, or within 10 seasons, one will attack. And I set it to 1. So we're basically guaranteed if there's a Mega Beast that's close enough to attack us, they'll attack us. And I'm leaving it there until I get a breeding pair of Hydras. Did they not kill all the sites in the world? No, not even close. I mean, I didn't make it that many. Like, there's, like, basically 3 times the normal number in this world. We actually went into the Age of Myth early in this fort, and now we're back. We left the Age of Myth and went into the Age of Legends, and now we're back into the Age of Myth. Which is kind of awesome. There's something back there. Must check. Don't know about that, so I will check back there. Yep, because we've regained it. Like, we had 2 or 3 baby rocks, and we went back into the Age of Myth. Do I have ghosts on the map? Okay, what is actually upsetting most of these dwarves? Because I do have some pretty pissed off dwarves in the fort at the minute. I don't even know if you're upset. Let's just go up here and check this. Because I'm noticing the number of upset dwarves going up. Just general trauma, is that what we're looking at? I mean, I do finally have an outpost liaison in the fort, which I didn't have for a really long time. So I will give the outpost liaison le outpost le office. Did they change about anything about the game or your fort? I mean, it's more of an indicator of the state of the world than actually like immediate change. Change happens all the time in the world. The ages indicate certain things about the world. So if you're in the age of myth, the world is basically in the age of default. Like, things are like working as intended, running on more or less default parameters. If you're in the age of legends, it means most of the big creatures from the beginning are dead. If you're in the age of creature and creature, then all the creatures but those creatures are dead. If you're in the age of humans, then most dwarves and goblins are dead. If you're in the age of the goblin, then most of the goblins and the humans are dead. If you're in the age of silence, then most everything is dead. If you're in the age of death, then almost everything is dead. It's like they name the ages based on like what it currently exists in the world. Herman, the miller, withdraws from society. I like that Herman is still a miller. That's funny. Yeah, the Golden Age, etc. Also, Stratature, it's good to see you, man. No, I mean... Oops. We also have dragons, which are tame. Those are a mega beast. And I also have some hydras, which can be tamed, I think. That or at the very least, they can be trained. And I would like to get some some baby hydras in the fort as well. I'm gonna do a thing real quick, just for sorting reasons. This is going to be for empty cages. So it's basically gonna sort the empty cages out of this stockpile. And so I'm gonna go here. Gonna set you up one. And I'm going to put a stockpile right here. But all the ones with stuff in them are gonna stay there. I mean, it's really difficult to metagame in Dwarf Fortress. How old is this fort? I don't know. Check. Can someone go check Legends and tell me how old this fort is? Like 10-something years. Herman has claimed a metalsmith forge and is running off grabbing whatevers. Got beak dog bones, gold bars. Ooh. Should be fun. Squads is back. I feel like I already answered that question, but I'll answer it one more time. Yes, we've gone back into the Age of Myth. We're now in the second Age of Myth. I remember once having a world that was in like the 200-something Age of Myth, which is kind of wild. Purple Dwayne has killed, also has a full title now, and is the Dominant Persuader. The Unkept Typhoon is the name of another one of my dwarves. Comet Colossus is now the Knight of Society. That's a good name. They're clashing with 60-something goblins, slaying 10 at a time, more or less. Slaying 9, slaying them, all of them. They looted treasure and seized livestock. I really need to stop seizing livestock. It's becoming a problem. Just need to remember to don't do that. do that. And try to raise it. Good luck, dwarves. Because Eric over here, legendary spear dwarf. The Soot of Men with 5 notable kills and 27 others. Down here we got Fath. Was a good number of pets as well. But I'm going to jump over to you real quick. And throw in all of these stray war rocks. Grab this and just type in war. So that they can go follow. Good luck, Rocky. So now empty cages should just go into that stockpile. I don't know. I was trying to think of Dwayne-related jokes, and every rock needed to be named Dwayne according to the chat, so I did my best. I don't mean to besmirch the good name of Prince, though. On a rock? Hold up. Sorry, I'm gonna just do that one. There you go. You're welcome. Bum ba da dum, bum ba da dum, bum ba da dum. I mean, we already have Skinnerd as well for the free bird. The freest of the free birds. With all these free birds, we'll be rocking in the free world. Doot 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 doot. If you know, you know. We don't have punk rock. Now we do. The next one you guys are going to have to pay for. Nardwar. Rock around the clock. Rock and roll. Eric, your dwarf's becoming legendary. How do you fix it when things get left behind in trade depots? You have to make sure that you have enough stockpile space. It's 99.9% of the time you just don't have enough stockpile space. Like, that's why stuff's left in mine, is because I don't have enough stockpile space. So you need to make sure that you have enough stockpile space. Herman, oh my fucking god, has created a sob. Herman Kagatholor. You know, can I just talk about how ironic that it is that the dwarf Herman Miller named a battle axe Herman Miller? That's so fucking ironic. A company that's just a person's name makes an artifact that is a person's name. It's a shame it's not a millstone or a throne. If it was a throne, that would have been perfect. You just wanted to thank you for all the uploads. No problem, dude. The recent one about mermaids and sea serpents were quite informative. Happy to help. Glad people are liking them. Please leave comments on them as well, but appreciate the kind words. We're in an ad break. I will just wait until the ad break is over, and then we'll get back in. Dude, if that was a throne, we'd have to get some patents on it, that's for sure. I mean, also, I just want to point this out. A little bit of stat bragging here. The Sea Serpents video is doing better than the Mermaids one did. Kind of out the gate. The Mermaids one just kind of like flatlined almost immediately. The Sea Serpent one's still going and doing well, so yeah, very happy to see it. But the Mermaids one has gotten quite the boost since the Sea Serpent video release. Like the Sea Serpent video released and the Mermaids video went from getting like 300 views every 48 hours to all of this. So, not complaining. Wasn't clickbaity enough? I don't know how to make it more clickbaity, man. I've changed the title on it a few times, but I think it was just like too specific because it did great the first day. It's just the second it started getting like recommended to a wider audience, it just went. So I just think people just weren't that interested. But let's take a look at Herman's legendary battle wax. I mean, Addle Packs. Battle Axe. It is a gold battle axe. While Craftstore ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of gold, tapered cut, baguette cut black diamonds, and fungi wood. This object menaces with spikes of elk bird leather. On the item is an image of an almond bird. On the item is an image of... What? This object menaces with spikes of fungi wood. This object menaces with spikes of elk bird. On the item is an image of a almond tree in beak dog bone. There we go. And on the item is an image of oval cabochons in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of wall tower in crystalline metal, the twisted metal great pick in green glass. And the item is an image of 2 circles in spider silk. I think we need a champion. I'm going to give it to Double Dragon. Double Dragon was one of my early strong military dwarves who unfortunately got wounded in battle. And my champion can don a few artifact items. Maybe not too many, though. I mean, we still want her to be able to carry them. Yeah, it's a damn shame that wasn't a throne, but close enough. Yeah, it's to assign the items to him, so... If I pause her from this... Lady's got some intense-ass eyebrows. But yeah, she's a legendary crutch walker. It's already covered in some pigtail bracelets. Yeah, killed a Minotaur, and a Forgotten Beast, and a Dwarf who attacked us. Scare the necromancer into resurrecting corpses. Oh, that's pretty good. You gotta love that the necromancer... They don't necessarily... They just need to be put into combat, so... They don't even need to be scared necessarily. They just need to be trying to attack something. So has the artifact helm on. Is now carrying the artifact axe. And is the champion of the fortress. Uh-oh. That's not good. Not all of the dwarves have left yet. Although it's unrelated to elves leaving. We've got some unrelated to dwarves leaving. We've got some elves that want to trade. Let's just... go here. Greetings from the Lowlands. We have much to discuss. Yep. 11 trees, cool. I just need cloth bin. Those are the easiest to sell. I've got a bunch of rocks that haven't left the map yet. I'm a little bit worried. Oh, that something bad's happened. As in, like, I'm a little worried that those squads are dying. Because you usually put muscle shells on everything. Yeah, I try not to put muscle shells on everything. It's very easy to just sell them like fabric, especially if it's higher value fabric. Okay, so I'm not sure why this is happening, but my rocks aren't leaving the map. So because they're not leaving the map, I am currently suspicious that it's going to stop these squads from being able to come back. But we'll see. So many danger burbs. It's fine. They just kind of blend into the scenery after a while. You get used to them. None of them are pastured, Miri. And also, I think they actually leave now. I just unpasture them so that they don't get repastured. Like, I'm pretty sure if they're pastured, they leave now. But that's not a bug. It's just not a feature that's been added. I mean, the blood that they get on Smithy is off map. Also, username checks out. It would have been cool if that dwarf went and did the digging too, but I guess not. I am going to get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. We're going to start doing some caving in, I think. kind of badass with the crutch. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why they're the champion, right? It also is kind of badass that the dwarf named Double Dragon is the champion. That just checks out to me. Okay, so this is going to be a living space and dining space for our outpost liaison. Okay, so dining room. And bedroom. Or not bedroom, office. Oh. I just assigned 2? I did. Clicked the wrong one. And here's hope that'll be enough to mostly satisfy you, at least for the time being. You want weapon racks and armor stands. Give you the fancy ones. I don't have any armor stands at the minute, but should be trading time. Okay. What do I have to buy from them? It's a giant white stork, meh. Breeding pair of kangaroo. Grackle. Giant deer, oh dear. Alright, well, I'll buy the giant deer and the giant white stork. Easy peasy. No, because the way the hammerer works, Epic Teen Bro, is the hammerer drops whatever weapon they have equipped and then goes and equips a different one of their choosing that's most effective for the job and then does the hammering. They do not use the one that they currently have equipped. If they have the only hammer in the fortress equipped, then they will simply punch the creature that they're trying to fight instead of anything else. Some bird of prey called a rock, I think, has come from the sky. Apparently it dwarfs many dragons. Where is it? We're getting attacked by another rock. It smells friends, but it's related to Leonard Skinner. Well, this one's truly the free bird then. So no, it's not ideal to give your hammer an adamantine warhammer. Maybe only have adamantine warhammers in the fortress, but don't give it to them. Because they'll just go use a better one anyway. They can be used as multiple different types of crafting materials already, little lord? Like, what more do you want? They're very effective crafting materials and used as decorations. Like, what more do you need from mussel shells? Can't you also make a dye from them? There's like a kind of like dozens of things you can already do with them. It's more than most things. Like there's items in Dwarf Fortress that literally have no use, but mussel shells have plenty. You could also throw them directly into a puddle of lava and then they go away, which is what I do with them. I mean, then you had a hammer because a maul is a hammer. I, too, would choose to go to the Toys R Us in the Silver Mall. Okay, just gonna remove that mission. They should just come back. I'm not sure why. This has been fucky. If they don't come back, then they're just dead. because the half the squads did come back. It's just the squad didn't clear. That or they're just going to come back in the next migrant wave, one of the two. I think the issue is, if you actually look at this squad, this dwarf and this dwarf, both, and these two dwarves both left this squad because they became nobles. And that kind of seemingly has screwed up this whole squad. I'm not sure what I can do about it. That's a very, very edge case bug. Which means they'll probably show up as part of, like, the next migrant wave. Like, they'll come back. There ain't much I can do with it right now. Mussel shells are annoying, so don't catch fish. Like, problem solved. Don't fish. Then you want mussel shells to deal with. Like, this is a self-inflicted issue. That is a solved problem. That's been my solution to them for a very long time, is just don't fish. But yeah, I mean, they're useful for crafting. So I'm not sure what more you'd want from them. Does Dwarf Fortress have a way to turn shells into lime? I never make lime, so I don't know. And also, not really, Epic Team Bro. Just find the spot exactly where your dwarf fishes primarily, because they tend to always fish in the same place. And then just assign the tile directly underneath them as a place to store mussel shells. Problem solved. They will never use them all up, and it's just an automatic infinite stockpile. And then if you insist, you could set up like a minecart arrangement where they automatically bring them. Okay, so I just need this half to get connected. Or a product of fishery. You're just, I'm giving you solutions and you're just like, this is an unsolvable problem. Dwarves don't need a fishing industry. So it is kind of a solvable problem. Two, dwarves only fish in specific areas, so you could get them fishing somewhere that doesn't have mussel shells. Like if they have mussel shells on the surface, send them underground to fish in the caverns. So you could solve it that way. Or you could simply put a stockpile underneath them so that they're automatically quantum stockpiled underneath the dwarf and set up a industry to dispose of them. Or only fish seasonally, turn on and off your fishers so that they're not just constantly fishing 24/7 around the clock. This is a solvable problem. On the rock for one of the rocks, okay. On the rock, as always, presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. He is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He tends to hang on to grievances, tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and likes a little excitement now and then, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he has he has an active imagination, and he tends to be a bit tight with resources when working on projects and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. There we go. They all returned. They figured it out. That's good. Yeah, I think it's because the... Yeah, I think the issue there was Most specifically, just a situation where a bunch of dwarves were forced out of the military and it, like, sort of canceled the job. Thankfully, I had a solution. I'll send them back out, though. Let's go attempt to raise this again and send them out again. Yep, they all returned. Because I canceled the mission. Except for the two that, like, you know, decided to join the nobility instead of staying in the military, like a good dwarf should. I'm going to throw Onuel back in there. Bruh, what was that? Oh, it's a pupper with the zoomies. Got it. So there's just still a rock flapping around outside, by the way. In case any of you didn't know that. Just kind of ignoring it. You had your squad leader return when the rest of your squad decided to settle in some random human hamlet. I love the fact that there's a chance for that to happen. It sucks that it's not clearer as to why it happened or the fact that it even happened and people just say it's a bug. But dwarves with like very little loyalty do have the option to just defect, which I kind of love. But they're trying to station. You guys should actually be killing Bird. And then Bird runs away in fear. Rock is bleeding heavily. Because the polar bear woman stabbed it. In the lower body with a steel short sword. Short sword? Steel short sword. After it raining blood a little bit. Bolts are flying at it. Pupper fought with it. Died. And Mestos, the rock, has done the deed. Hopefully, Leonard Skinner isn't upset about the fact that I killed Freebird. Doesn't look like it. Because that rock was related to Leonard Skinner, who's one of my rocks. It's more like the rock Birdson than Johnson, but... Okay, so down in here, we've got this all set up, which should drop some glass beneath it. So let's give this a pull. Who wants to see something cave in? Because if you want to see something cave in, look up. Because we're going to cave something in a minute. I mean, so would I if I was repeatedly told to go attack a thing that I couldn't defeat. So Photopus. But yeah, I wish there was just like a more descriptive pop-up that your squads have defected. With like some like reasonable clarity as to why. Instead, it's just a thing that can happen with no explanations. People just assume it's a bug. It's like the biggest shame I think about Dwarf Fortress is that there's a lot of things that this game does that are actually really cool. That people just assume are bugs because they're very poorly, like, explained. Okay, so we're going to drop it onto lava like it's hot. And there it goes. It falls down and actually breaks a hole directly into where the raw adamantine is, right next to some lava, which I think is just going to become obsidian. Nope, never mind. I thought wrong. It does get splooshed everywhere, though, which is good. Got some magma laced with magma over there. I think that's probably still magma. And we're going to go right there and dig through that. And dig through that. Let this magma separate and go away a little bit. So there are things that can happen during a siege that cause the siege to not complete. Something that can happen that can cause the siege to not complete is an area getting taken over by somebody else. Or a member of the squad who's in leadership of the squad becoming a noble as either part of your fortress or somebody else's fortress. So, like, you know how every now and again it'll be like, so-and-so inherited, after a polite discussion, so-and-so inherited the right of Baron, right? Like, you'll sometimes just get that because somebody died somewhere. If that happens to one of your soldiers, then they're no longer the militia commander. They are now a Baron, meaning the mission just stops. So, some dwarves could move away. Some dwarves could go home. Some dwarves could join a random town nearby. Some dwarves could just go become a military dwarf and hang out being a mercenary for whomever the fuck. Like, there are certain things that can break the chain of command that are intended features. And on paper, you could look at it and be like, that's a bug. I think it's, like, silly to call those bugs. They're more unintended consequences of intentional features. So, like, an example of this, an unintended consequence of an intentional feature is, like, cats dying due to alcohol on the floor. Is that a bug? Sure, but they're all design features. So it's the same way that you can, like, end up with religious figures that have joined religions and factions that aren't supposed to. Like a Etten, for an example. An Etten could become a pope in Dwarf Fortress. Are they supposed to? No. But it's kind of accepted as a feature. And I wish that, one, if it's not intended, that it was fixed. And two, that if it is intended, which it seems like it is, the game explained why that happened. Like, if you go out to go attack somebody, you're not a particularly loyal dwarf, and your militia captain gets promoted and then just fucks off in the night. I didn't like that place anyways. I'm just going to go to this place and farm for the rest of my life. I don't know if you're in an ad epic team, bro, so I just said yep. But, like, they can only do that, Mary, if they are off map when that happens, right? There's no way for them to just organically leave. There is a DF hack command, which... Is it immigration? Maybe it's migration? Yeah, migration. Which allows dwarves to leave and join periodically at will. So if they get upset, they'll just leave. Some people love playing with that on. I find it to be, like, annoying because then dwarves that I like will leave sometimes. But, like, the game has all of the code built in for dwarves to just do that. It's just, if it happens, it's unexpected because it's not really supposed to happen unless the fort is retired. So the only time it can happen is when a dwarf is not on the map, meaning they're attacking something. So, like, all of the code base for that to happen and be a feature is in the game. It's just very unexpected and not entirely intended when it does, because there's only a few edge cases where it can happen. But, like, I've had people, you know, defect from my fort and then, like, 5 years later come back as part of a migrant wave and, like, they'll have a different rank and a wife. And, like, that shit's cool. I don't know. I love it. I think if anything, the bug is that like their picture stays there like they're still supposed to be there. Like that's the bug to me. Or the fact that like now my livestock just aren't leaving. Because they're supposed to go invade, but they're not. I don't know what's up with that. Something weird is going on. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, have we? Large, jagged, rusted metal spear. Ugh. I don't want no rusted metal. Because they're not in limbo usually, right? Like a squad stuck in limbo like this, if that's what I think is happening, then there's definitely a bug happening here, but I haven't lost them because all I need to do is go to the overworld and just like delete this and they'll come back. It'll take them a minute, but they'll come back. So, yeah, see? Like they're already coming back. So I don't know. Like there's something odd going on here, but I am also taming Mega Beasts. So if I'm gonna hit edge case weirdness, it's gonna be now. I didn't just kill somebody, did I? Oops, if I did. Yes, it is a type of divine metal. That's why it's a divine metal spear. It is what it says on the tin. With war animals never returned. Yeah. I think I just need to reset up my war animals because I got something odd going on. And I'm pretty convinced it's because like that dwarf became the outpost liaison and that other dwarf became the general. Like I'm pretty convinced that's why it happened. If there's a monster back there, we're about to find out. Nope. Oopsies. Tin is not a divine metal. Uh-oh. Rip at here. I don't have any way to save you. I'm so sorry, Dwarf. For you and your friends. If you stop bleeding, I'll let you survive. Otherwise, yeah, there you go. I gave that dwarf a second chance because I think that shit's ridiculous. Just period. Bloody ridiculous. They probably won't be that efficient unless they're in your military. Bismuth. That's kind of annoying. Ah! Thanks for the $10 and the first notification of money since you resubbed an hour ago.
1,000.
Appreciate you. Instead of causing massive brawls. Yeah, I don't know. I like to decide if dwarves can leave or not. Speaking of, there's a few dwarves I gotta boot. Person in YouTube chat says they prefer to have immigration on because then unhappy dwarves can just leave automatically. And speaking of, what squad are you in? The points of mining. What's your name? Key Inc. I'm gonna make an addition. I'm gonna make a new squad. I'm gonna say metal armor, and you're gonna be. How do you spell your name? Ablel. You are going to take over this place. Conquer and occupy. Good luck. There's something about zombie babies that disturbs the hell out of me, though. Real talk. Uh-oh. What's going on? Is there a murder rock in the fort? Nope. What were you fighting with? Ah, okay. Service. I mean, currently, you're seriously injured. I'm just gonna expel you directly. Because you're killing Smithy Fem and causing a bunch of deaths. I just lost some of my bears. Whose bits are those? It's Zon's lower arm? Yeah, we've got problems, chat. Missing the wrestler. So, people are fighting. I'm not entirely sure why. It's probably to do with that particular fight, but I'm just going to initiate some chaos into here. Good God. Wow. You know, this is an actual loyalty cascade. Holy fucking shit. I haven't seen one of these in years. Where's the king? Yeah, no, this is an actual loyalty cascade. Holy fuck. I managed to make a loyalty cascade. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I'm not at war with my own faction, so it's not a full-on civil war. Wow. So I have a question, chat. Do I go back to a save? Because I don't think there's like a single uninjured dwarf in the fort. It's not scummy unless there's a leaderboard. I'll let it run for another 5 days and we'll see if it calms down, but yeah, like that's, huh. What's your kill count here? Huh? That's crazy. That's not how that works, Epic Team Bro, but okay. You can tell me all that you think that you know about this game, and that's all right. Yeah, we'll move back. I mean, Epic Team Bro can think that they know all that they want about this game, but I don't think he knows what he's talking about in that case. Like, that was an actual civil war, which I'm pretty sure was caused... I'm pretty sure I know what the cause of that was. But, like, in order for that to keep happening and for the next one to, quote-unquote, not be far away, you need some pretty specific outcomes. Where was I? All right, that was right after the last siege. Was that? Yes, okay. So that was... I'm just going to go cancel those 2 missions. About half a season ago. I'm just going to cancel those so that we don't run into that issue. It's not really an issue, but... That is like a 1 in 1,000 bug that I haven't seen since before the Steam version. Incredibly unlikely. That's one of the bunch of people are dying music. So, no, that was the correct music. Oh, wow. That actually went back pretty far. Hold up, let me check something else. Did I go back to the right one? I went back 2 years, you're right. All the way back to the beginning of today. What the fuck? Did I not have auto-saving on? Well, that's it for the stream today, chat. I'll go through and rename everybody off stream, but... I'm done. Like, I need a break after that. Like, yeah. I don't... Literally, like... Ugh. That was like 5 hours of gameplay gone. That would have been a nice ending for the fort? No, it wouldn't. What are you fucking talking about? Like, no, that wouldn't have been a nice... Like, a bug happens and the fort ends? Fuck